within. Press start. Let's begin. the game. The spark takes flight, building legends in the light. One more line, rewrite the code, unlock the path, design the road. Every frame, a world he made, a digital sky that will never fade. Press start, let's begin. Base code, running the show. Base code's world, come step within. Press start, let's begin. One more line,
Hello everyone, how we doing? Okay, music time. Let's get this music going. We got some stream streaks in the chat, huge. Here we go. Yeah. What do we got? Hello, Math. Hello, Goldie, hitting that first redeem. Hello, Katie. Brian, God of War. Hello to you, sir. Will, hello. Binge, yo. Boo. What are we booing? Why boo? It nearly says, nearly stream time on my notification on my phone. Oh, no, Steam time. Yeah. It's the finish everything off and start the Steam things stream. I don't know if I do that yet. It's so quiet. Okay, hold on. Got muted. Volume looks good. Volume looks good on my end. Could be wrong, but could be wrong. 115 stream streak. What the hell? What the actual math? Brian, Goldie, you're crazy. That's a lot of streams. That's a lot of streams, guys. Wild. I don't know how they like. The sound was there. Hold on. Then it faded out for me, but it did come. All right. Well, it's back now. It's back now, Will. So we're good. Hello. Guys, I see. Hi, Seb. Hi, evening, Seb from Goldie. Shout out to those door hinges. Are the door hinges creaky? You all hearing some creaks there? You can absolutely recommend a song, Jacob. Pretty different kind of song. It's going to mess up the copyright. Yeah, fair. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Okay, so huge streaks. It was a me issue. All right, good. Glad everybody else has got a nice, unaffected stream experience. That's what we like. That's what we like. Okay, God of War nearing 100 stream streak. Huge Huge, guys. Solid band. Okay. Second best Canadian band. We should check them out sometime, maybe. Throw them in the mix, though. I don't know. We don't have a lot of bands in our in our music, if I'm being honest. It's mostly we have a lot of like, you know, stuff that's kind of musical and what am I trying to say? Acoustic stuff. Not acoustic, ambient, not even ambient, just not lyrical. Usually, not lyrical things. All right, hold on. Let me sort out my notes. Pack my notebook up. Because work's done for the day. Oh, it took a lot today to get get myself locked in. Get myself locked in to go and do a stream. I'm gonna have a bit of there were still things I didn't get done today that have to happen, but my handy dandy notebook. Exactly, Jacob. It was a gift from Lisa. It was a Christmas gift from Lisa, and oh, what a good gift it was. It was a really good idea. It was a really nice idea of her to give me that. Something very, very useful that I'll make I have made a lot of use of, and I reckon I'll continue to make really a lot of use of it. It was an incredibly considerate gift. Yes, it's leftover Red Bull from the care package that they sent for the the Valorant the Valorant shindig. Okay, if if you're stuck doing stuff that needs to be done, you could have told us in Discord. It's fine, God of War. This is my I feel like if I make a commitment and a habit of showing up and streaming, then what's going to happen is I'll keep working on the game. The game will keep making progress. It'll never slip behind. It'll never not get made. There'll always be constant progress on it. So that is my system. That's my system now to make sure that the game keeps getting done. That we come together and we build it regularly, and I keep streaming, keeps my stream streaks up, keeps my hours up. Means I can't get subbies if I'm not here, and if we're going to support that game. Have you talked to the Egyptian / Polish princess? For anyone who doesn't know, that would be Dev. She's on holiday, as you probably know, Brian, or you wouldn't be mentioning the Egyptian thing. I have not spoken to her in a hot minute. True, but everyone can have a day off. But most important is you don't overdo it. I appreciate that, God of War. To be fair, I took a bunch of days off, like over the weekend, and there was like 4 days where I didn't, 3 days where I didn't stream, or 4 days where I didn't stream. I feel like we're about to wind up doing a lot of travel as well, and I don't want to fall behind. I don't want to fall behind. The green one tastes like the Willy Wonka Gobstoppers. The green what? The green Red Bull? Is there a green Red Bull? I didn't even know that. Vanilla Ice Red Bull. I didn't know about that either. Dev's still in Egypt. Yes, yeah. Mm-hmm. That's interesting. That's very interesting, Will Dub. I've never actually tried that before. Okay. Shall we jump on in? One thing I have been enjoying doing is making a few little improvements every stream. Hold on. Let's start our transcription. There we go. Let's have a think. So, should we continue making some improvements? Mind if I update everyone on something minor but good? Of course, go for it, Jacob. Yo, coding! Coding Barra, good to see you, man. Good to see you. What are these little lemons? These are definitely Cakes characters, if I'm not mistaken. Those are some little like tangy. Those are some tangy oranges doing little. Hell yeah, hell yeah. I don't know why that man chose oranges as his brand, but it's unmistakable now. Good to see you. Good to see you, Coding Barra. Okay. You've got a few of those in your fridge? Huge, Will. Huge. All right, what did we have here from Jacob? I'm going to be back to the gym next week. Yo, that's good. That's really good. That's another thing that I didn't get done on my to-do list. There's like, this has been my, this has been how I've been keeping track. Instead of using the old school like digital stuff, I've actually been, every morning I create like a checklist of things to do that are my habits, and then I create little I create like a daily to-do list. And so you can see this section here is my today's things, and exercise is the thing on my list that is not done. Exercise there, should show it like this. Exercise is still an incomplete thing. I didn't get a chance to meditate today. I didn't get a chance to have breakfast or do YouTube or exercise. And I still have to get flights today, and I still have to do some other stuff. It's, yeah. Do I think I'll have Not Monsters playable at PAX? I will have it playable by PAX. I don't know if I'll get a PAX booth. I think I should have already put in a submission for that, but we don't have a Steam page, and I really want to get the Steam page done before I do any of those other things. Because like, you know, until that's done, you can't even like be like, here's the game that I want to put in, right? Because what do you send them, right? You need all the marketing material, you need all that other stuff. So, that has to happen first. Flights, where you headed? To the Queensland Games Festival, Jacob, to the Queensland Games Festival. I'm pretty excited about it. Up in Queensland. Hells yes. It's like 10 days away now. 9 days away. Scary. I need to, yeah, it's happening at the end of this month. Absolutely. And it's the 18th. That's terrifying. Frankly, terrifying. We'll get there. So should we like take a moment to make some improvements? What should we do? Maybe some like base stream tools improvements. One thing I've been wanting to do is when text gets too long in these boxes, have them scroll horizontally. That might be a good idea. Like that's something I've been wanting to do for a while. So shall we jump in and just do that? Spend a little bit of time on that. We may as well, right? Oh, there's this huge thing. This one's kind of huge. I'm going to yes that. That's going to make some massive changes. I probably should have done this on a work tree first, but let's just let that run in the background while we do other things then. So what will those other things be, I guess, is the question. So, okay, if we go to base stream tools, what do we got here? So the base stream tools, we can whoa, not that. I want our work tree command, so we're going to go one directory up, and we're going to call it base.streamtools dot worktree1, and then the branch will be feature / scrolling chat horizontal scroll, and we'll probably Go to Stream Tools there. You know what? One thing I'm noticing, this is annoying me. I'm going to fix this while we're at it. Okay, you'll be back in an hour or two. See you in an hour or two, Will. Good to see you in, man. Well, wish everyone that is going to PAX this year a great time. I can't be in Australia, damn, man. I don't know, the PAX booth might be something, like, if we're going to do it, I need to start raising money for it. I really do. It should be possible in theory to do it, but I don't know. Okay, terminal. Where's the path? There's something we can do here. Profiles and connections. Not that. Config file. There might be something. Oh, it's so annoying that you can't, like... You can't, like, edit this or search it. That annoys me a lot. Okay. We're going to do that change there. Just because I keep having to change out of that directory and it's really annoying. So, all right. Git checkout branch, and we're going to do feature / chat horizontal scroll. Go back to master. Git checkout master. Excellent. Oh, what the hell? That's strange. Okay, and I think I understand what's happening here, but it's strange that that's happened. It's telling me that if I change branches on the Stream Tools, if I change branches on the Stream Tools, oh, no wonder. Yeah. Okay, deploy is where we're working. That's why. Okay, cool. Now that can exit, and we can clone a work tree. Base.streamtools. Did I spell that wrong? No, just capitalizing the T. Okay. So on this branch, what are we doing? So let's get codecs going. All right. I want to separate. Actually, we might have an issue here. I guess we can rebase. Right now, we're we have two different options for the chat messages for chat. We can render it in a horizontal and vertical mode. The logic for this, however, essentially branches and re-renders. Rather than having two different modes for the one chat feature, I think it might be better to treat it as two separate features. This will reduce the amount of duplication in the code. Not even that. It will introduce new endpoints, etc., but ultimately it might be better work this way, since the code is essentially copy-pasted and there are two sets of codes, since the two ways of rendering are so different. Rather than just having a setting that allows us to change it from horizontal to vertical, it's going to be a better user experience to... Holy crap, coding. I didn't, Coding Barra, thank you for being here for 7 streams in a row. I didn't realize you've been around for 7 streams back to back. That's huge. I really appreciate you, man. Thank you for lurking. Thank you for lurking. I actually can remember, I think it was it Cakes? Was it Cakes that, is that how you found us? I think I'm remembering that from the, did I raid him one time and you followed at that point? I was lurking. Yeah. Nice. It's really good to have. No, okay, from T2SDD. Nice. In any case, I really appreciate you being here. It's great to have you. Okay, rather than just having a setting that allows us to change from horizontal to vertical, it's going to be a better user experience to instead have the 2 features. We'll need to create new pages, new overlay pages, and new endpoints. Then separate the code out into those new pages. I want the same options and functionality, broadly speaking, but I don't want the toggle from horizontal to vertical. Once that's done, let's start by answering any open questions we might have about this refactor, and we'll take it from there. Okay. All right, so what do we actually have going on for Not Monsters? We've got dragging's going to need some work. I think that's going to be the focus of the stream, really. And then we've got our screen shake stuff. Let's go check that out because, okay, here's dragging. Are these both on dragging? Yep. This is also the 3rd attempt that we've made at this dragging stuff as well. That's I was commenting how we've been working on this 2 weeks, and not only has it been 2 weeks, it's more than 2 weeks. It's because this is the 3rd attempt at doing it. There's a lot involved in getting this feature right. Like obviously, it's really taking a lot. Okay, Screen Shaker's there, QA Refactor is there. We're going to keep this open since there might be more work that needs to be done. And those are the base stream tools, and then there's some of our tooling. So, okay, we've got dragging. And then Screen Shake. I think no simplifications and nothing to... we might actually just be able to merge this. Yo! Micro, welcome in. Good to see you, man. Yeah, we're starting to build a... like... I said this last time when we were talking about what it takes to... you know, how many hours you have to put in to really be successful with a stream, like consistently, and to build an audience. And, you know, I was saying I got a huge head start from FastV, but you guys... Coding Barra, Micro, you guys are actual people who have actually discovered us through the, not through nepotism, but through shared interests. And I really appreciate you guys being here. It's good to see you both. Not that I don't appreciate everybody who found us through nepotism too. So, what's that? Never seen that option before. This is a weird selection option. If you hold Alt, apparently you can... maybe I can use this to highlight when I'm talking about what I'm doing. Okay, what else have we got? No, I think I'm okay with all of that. So we're going to... I think we're going to merge it. My God. It's happening. Only is it because... did I see a... oh, this is on dragging. Okay, screen shake needs a merge. Should be fine. Merge it in. Apart from Markdown, all right. What else we got? Probably should refresh and clear up some of these work trees. QA refactor. We're going to keep it around. Screen shake about to go. Health bars should actually also go. Okay, what do we got here? Okay, the main unknown is not whether the code can be split. It can. The decisions are compatibility and naming. What happens to the existing chat and chat overlay URLs? Okay. And what do we call in show for the 2 feature cards? Okay. How should the existing chat and chat overlay URLs behave? Okay, we're going to. By default, we want to just support the horizontal overlays. The vertical overlays. Chat should just be vertical in these cases, so don't change the endpoints, just use the existing functionality there. We want to, however, introduce new overlays and endpoints for chat. And chat. There we go. Okay, what should the 2 user-facing feature names be? They should just be chat and horizontal chat. By default, chat should be vertical. Only specify horizontal in relation to that separate behavior. Should both new config pages expose all current settings, even if one render barely uses them? Yep, sure. Okay. Subbing at tier 3 tomorrow, Jacob. You've been teasing this for a while. I don't feel like you need to do that, but either way, though, I'm looking forward to it. Should be a good stream tomorrow. Should be a good stream. Have a good day at work, Jacob. Have a great day at work. I found you through Steffi and super glad I did. I appreciate your streams and you, bro. Yo, Steffi's amazing, actually. I really would love to do, be able to support her more or collaborate more with her. I don't know how exactly to do that. She's a good egg, isn't she? Hold on. What am I doing? There we go. Yes. I had my headphones on backwards. I knew something felt weird. Have a great day at work, Jacob. I hope it's really productive and you feel locked in and you get a lot done. Those are the best days for me. Okay, we're going to take that there. Okay. Should the new horizontal chat feature be enabled by default for users? As a default feature that can be enabled and disabled like chat. Yep, we'll just do that. I think it could be cool to enable, have a way to switch elements off with the enable disable. We do have an option to do it, but I don't think there's anything in there that's like, let's just do that quite yet. Fuck 90, man, good to see you. Welcome in. It's going good, man. It's going good. You're taking a break from my motorcycle stuff. This candy paint being a pan in your ass. What kind of paint you putting on? What kind of bike you working on? Hey, Fuck 90, have you ever read the book Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance? It's actually quite a good book. It's a story. I really liked it. You might actually enjoy it, man. I think you're the kind of person who would. Like, you're a little bit philosophical. You enjoy deep thinking and difficult things, and also you like tinkering with stuff, and you like taking like direct responsibility for your technology and things like that. You would like it. I think you would like it. You should check it out. Where is it? This one, Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance. I had a first edition copy of this book that I found in a thrift shop. And I was riding my bike one day and the bike broke down. It was something with I think the carburetor needle got screwed up. And I was stuck in Springbrook, which is like these mountains with like rainforest everywhere with these really windy roads. So it was kind of like it was a challenge to get back, and I didn't know what the hell to do, and I had no reception, so I couldn't even call like RACQ. And this guy came by with a van, and he gave me a ride like an hour away from where it was. And I really appreciated it. And when he dropped me off as a way of saying thank you, I gave him this book, the first edition copy. But that's the thing about bikes. That's one of the things I really like about bikes, is like the community of people that you have around like motorbikes. Okay, how's that going? Yes, implement that plan. Okay. I think I want to stash these changes on the Screenshake branch. We're going to stash these. I'm going to check them out on the QA refactor page, or branch, I should say. We're going to merge master into that and do a fast forward. And then, okay, that's... Screenshake docs. Good. That means this can actually go, and so can the work tree. I think that can just like straight up go. Okay. Pretty exciting. Not gonna lie, guys. The fact that we're getting this close. It's board, and dude, board means like the space for the, like inside of the engine, you've actually increased the capacity of the combustion where the pistons go. Is that what you mean by board? Like it's actually increased to make the engine more powerful? It's bored and stroked to a 130 cubic inch engine. Okay. So you're literally like, I could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I actually do genuinely want to know about this, Fook 90. But does that mean you've actually machined out the combustion chamber of the engine? Is that what it means to say it's bored and stroked? If so, that's pretty cool. The bike community seems really tight and helpful. Yeah. Well, I don't know. There's something about like, I feel like the risks of it's the same kind of it's like trauma bonding is what that community of people does. It's like soldiers where they get really close because they're learning to like they're potentially facing death. I feel like it's a watered down version of that happens when you go riding with people and you make bike friends, bit like that. Which I'm not necessarily going to say that's a good thing, but I think that's what happens. I mean, the friendship is a good thing. The near death stuff, maybe not so much. Um, oh my gosh, this is actually done. If I deploy this one, everything is going to break for me and for Fass and for this one's a huge redesign. So I'm kind of excited to see what happens with it. I've been doing a lot of huge redesigns lately. Okay, let's try and run it. Why not? What's the worst that could happen? Or my data could get destroyed. But we got copies. We got copies. So nothing. Nothing. Nothing to fear. I'm so curious if this just works. It's getting crazy. It's getting crazy, guys. The fact that you could just be like, "Oh yeah, okay, okay." There's no way. There's no way I have more subs than Fast. No, this isn't the live data. That's why. That's why. The data seems to have migrated. Um, Interesting. So there's a top 10 one. Subs top 10. Let's say it was black. Square corners. And then new overlay. Oh my god, it's working. That's looking good. Pretty cool, guys. Pretty cool. I think that refactor just just worked. Um, which I like. That's pretty cool. We should also test that there's updates in real time. So that goes there. Look at it just changing. Okay, really cool, really cool. This is going to break everything for all of our existing users, though. So, um, I guess we just ship it and see if it breaks. It breaks. I gotta. Who do I have to let know? It's Fastv, Danzy, Ali. If she even continues to use the tools, I'm not sure if she will. Um, I think Fruity never really continued to use it past her subathon because it wasn't like hosted at that point. Like the experience with her was the big push to get it all hosted. Um, okay, fantastic. Um, I'm not sure I really like this solution. But that's our travel goals. There's travel goals, and then we've got some other goals. Okay, that's a bit weird. I bought out the combustion chamber by 30%. Yeah, dude. It gives a higher compression, which means I can throw a supercharger or a turbo on it. Dude, Fook 90, that's wild. Yo, I can't meow. How you doing there? Why your title contains coding if you just prompting? I mean, because we don't always just prompt. We code too. We code too. I can't meow, but more and more, I have to. I have to admit, we are shifting more to using LLMs to do things. It's like more and more. It seems like that's the fastest way to get to new versions, working versions of software, which that is what it is. I can't say I necessarily love that. I feel like I'm very, very good at coding, but I also, you gotta move with the times, I guess. That's that's how it is. But thank you for the comment, and welcome into the stream, man. Um so let's see. Test group. If I change. Okay, we need to. Okay. Test goal 1. Okay, where are we there? There's that one, and then this one. And they are different, and yet they are sharing data. You're trying to buy a laptop, Dota 2 Attitude. Nice, man. That's exciting. Okay, this is interesting. Attempt number 1 was a $5,000 laptop. Attempt number 2 is a 2.3K laptop. Interesting. Dota Attitude. I'm thinking I won't get fancy things like NVIDIA graphics cards. Yeah, well, I don't know. One thing I did, and this is like, it sidesteps and it's still an expensive solution, but you can get something like an eGPU, which I think is pretty cool. Okay, so an issue with the behavior of the goal page. Zuba, 10 stream streak, dude. Hello, welcome in. At what point do you stop calling this a prototype? Yeah, no, you're actually right. You're actually right. I think I've got prototype sprint 7 in the name. It's soon. It's really soon, Zuba. I think once I get the Steam page up, then it's no longer a prototype. And once I test it with the community, I think I want to do some some user testing, and like past that point, then I think it's that's when we can really call it a that's when we can call it a not prototype. But I do think the way that the game's being engineered, it doesn't feel like a prototype anymore. It feels a little bit more advanced than that. But we do need to get it up so everyone can just play test. That's going to be real important. Okay. Hmm. Okay, I've noticed an issue with the behavior of the goal page. All of the good endpoints, all of the goods. Adding and removing a goal on one ID changed it for all of them. Okay. I like to treat prototypes as build it, throw it away, and start again with what we know. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. I think for me, when I say prototype, what I mean is testing. It's like testing a concept. But that is a better terminology for a prototype, honestly. Not prototype into not monsters. I think I just like I want to validate the idea, and that means getting it up on Steam. So we do need to keep pushing on with getting to some conclusion with that. So to that end, where actually are we with this? That should close. Let's refresh. So let's go to Screen Shake should have nothing in it at this point. Why does it? Screen Shake. Yep, it's gone. It should be gone. Screen Shake is merged. I mean, it's merged, so do we just get rid of it? Let's absolutely confirm it is merged. Hmm. 10 stream streak, dude, nice. Welcome in, Mylanor. We need to early purchase the game to be able to test it. I don't know yet. I don't know yet about that, Mylanor. I like to treat prototypes as build it and throw it away. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a good take. Up on Steam is a really high bar for most devs. Yeah, I appreciate that, Super. But I also know how far we have to go. Just getting it up on Steam in this like prototype form is so far from a completed product. There's still such a big gap to close between those 2 points. But we'll get there. We will get there. So Screen Shake is definitely, I mean, it's not a directory that's empty, true. I know it's not empty, that's why I'm trying to remove it. Okay, we're just gonna do this. Okay, I think this was because Godot was using it when we tried to remove it. So we're just gonna... Is it still in use? We're gonna find out. Or how you call that a Steam? Hold on. What do you mean? What do you mean by that, Mylanol? Hold on. Early access. Yeah. We can I think what we'll do for the first play is not early access. It's going to be, we're going to release a demo and then probably not even that. It's going to be pre-early access. We'll be using it for like distribution for user testing potentially. And then I think with Next Fest we'll release a demo, and then after that we'll see what happens with it, you know? Um Wow, something's really making use of this, making use of the CPU here. I don't know what. Um, Surprising how much that transcription tray is actually taking up. But anyway, I'm going to get rid of, this is a bad idea, but we're going to do it anyway. There it goes. And then where are we? We want to get rid of that. There we go. Good. Done. Refresh here. Now we've got health bars, which probably should also get gone. Shall we close that out? We may as well. Health bars is way back here. Has everything for health bars been documented? That was on QA pass. Let's just do that here in the QA pass. So health bars can get merged into going to go there, merge into this. Do the fast forward. And then where should we go for that? Gonna go here. Health bars. We'll let that finish updating. It's more like 20. I lost the other 10. I'm so sorry about the Valorant stream. I know that a lot of people lost their stream streaks with that one. It sucks. Don't make it too perfect. It's all about the gameplay. No, that's totally true. That's totally true. I really am trying to stay focused on the minimum amount of work to validate the fun. Remember No Man's Sky? Yeah, but No Man's Sky really overpromised. I'm trying to keep my scope really small and just deliver on something simple, and then we'll take it from there. How do you fix something you've made that's accidentally perfect? Who says you have to fix it, Zuba? If it ain't broke, you don't fix it. I can't fix you. Oh, that's sweet. That's sweet, Dota. That's kind of sweet. Best punchline I've had all month. Hell yeah. When the punchline gives you bruises. Yep. Hey, Mondo. How are you? Welcome in. Good to see you, man. Okay. Codex again. We'll do that, and then we'll get onto this. So goal subrange. So every goal overlay is this for the same streamer, reads, writes the same rows. I need to lock 2 product choices. Okay. When a new goal overlay instance is created, what should its initial goal data be? Start empty. Account level goal data should be handled. Migrate once is probably fine. Let's see, how do we handle this? I think what I want to be doing. Yeah, we really needed to be careful about the change that we made here. The real big reason for it is we changed the structure of the database so easily, like so dramatically, and we didn't think twice about migration strategies for that data. Um, okay, we can. Any existing goal data, treat it as legacy. Don't leave vestigial data in the database. Assume all goal data will be new data. Okay. Should a goal subscription date range also be scoped per goal overlay instance? Each goals overlay has its own goal list, and yep, absolutely. Okay. Sorry for the emotional damage on top of that. Emotional damage. Yep. Fair, Dodo. Should I buy a computer? I put it in a Discord under general. It's a Hot Wheels edition. Book90, look, don't get me wrong. I think you can, ricing a computer is a nice thing, but you're probably going to play a pretty penny, quite the premium for a Hot Wheels branded computer. And despite how cool the case might look, it won't make your computer go any faster. Personally, I'd be putting that money into upgrading the parts rather than the aesthetics. But I know that people really care about how cool it looks. And I know your personality, and I also know that you love cars, and the Hot Wheels might be the perfect car for you. But we're talking about a CRT and everything. The computer looks like it's from... Hold on. We might have to have a look at this. Where is that thing? Oh my... Wow, that's not... that. Okay, you're not getting that computer for performance reasons. That computer is a... This is a collector's edition computer right there. That's something. That's something. I remember these old cases too. These cases were actually kind of sick. My God. Can it play like Doom and Wolfenstein? What Windows is it running? I don't know. I get that computer immediately. Immediately. Says it's a 99. Okay. Seems like a label maker. Okay, so we have to be so freaking careful about the data migration strategy for this. Or maybe we just don't care about it at all and we say any existing data gets a good old just like gets nuked. I don't know exactly what to do with this one. It's a hard decision. This one's a hard decision. I'll have to think about it. Okay, then we've got our chat overlay tiny change here next to this massive change. Okay, dragging. Let's get onto that because that's an important one. It's been sitting here needing to get solved for a long time. We've got health bars. Gonna stash that. Take that on to QA. Add notes. What do we even... Updated docs for work done on... Updated docs for work done on the overhead health bars. Good, good. That can go. This can go. And now we're starting to get really, really, really close to everything being done, which is exciting and terrifying all at the same time. It's going to be quite the decision to be like, do we keep going for gameplay reasons? There are a few gameplay things that absolutely have to happen. I'm going to have to think about that. Okay, dragging stuff. Stream tools, which is open in the wrong context. Then we've got our master stuff. I think it's dragging. This is the next thing to focus on. What's the use cases here? I think when you collect things like this, Dota, it's like, what are the use cases for an actual Hot Wheels car? You're not going to be like playing with it, you know? It's like, Milo, are you joking about the Hot Wheels car running any AI model? It's no way. Okay, hold on. The Map Men have a Twitch ad running that they clearly filmed themselves. Who were the Map Men? And I've never been happier to have ads on the stream. Zuber, I've never seen that. I don't know who the Map Men are, but great that they could have an ad. Also, can we get some technical points, strategic and tactical value, and story points on this one stat? Wait. Are you talking about the computer now, Dota? I'm the wrong guy to answer this one. There's no way I'd spend 700 on that computer. Is it only 700? Is it only $700 for that collector's edition Hot Wheel computer? That thing belongs in a museum. Maybe not. Maybe that's way overpriced. Okay. It's a British comedy map nerd YouTube duo. Oh, that's cool. That blue will turn into black after, though. The blue from the Hot Wheels thing? User story joke. I'm sorry, I must have missed it. I sometimes don't have the best sense of humor, honestly. It was probably really good, and I was probably just being silly by missing it. All right, let's see. That can go. That can go. These can go. Cleaning up all my windows. It gets pretty chaotic sometimes. All the windows floating about. Okay, that can go too. All right. This is rebased. Let's start some work on this dragging business. Let's run it. Raisins! 85 streams. There's a lot of stream streaks today. I don't know why, but like when it rains, it pours. Everybody's streaking today. Crazy. I think I was still riding high on my joke before that. Ego has been crushed back to normal now. No, don't do that. That's just me being silly. It's me being silly there, Dota. It's very hard to stay on top of the chat messages. It was probably hilarious. Probably hilarious, and I'm sorry I missed it. You guys ever see me do this? Notice how much better the camera looks between there and there. I actually am just using my right monitor as a as a fill light by making a blank HTML page and sticking a background color white in it. It's so bad. Goldie is up. I'm so T minus 30 minutes. No, Goldie already did his. He already did his raisins. So he can't taunt you with it. He can't taunt you with it today. That's genius. It's so not genius. It's so ghetto. I should just get real lights instead of making my right monitor my fill light. It's Hey, look, if it works, it works. You can't argue with these results, can you? Um, I'm literally coding a light with a HTML page in the hackiest way possible. Good to see you too, kind of blonde. Welcome into the stream. Behind the scenes magic, totally. Or is he limiting his dark mode experience? Yeah, look, I don't know if you all know, but I need to be flashbanged for this thing to look good. It takes it out of you too, having all the lights. But imagine getting a light and it just doesn't hit the same as your monitor. Yeah, that'd be pretty funny. Good to see. All right, good to see you too, kind of blonde. Stray, I said I passed my plant identification model for horticulture. The hardest one passed. Hell yeah. Stray, that's amazing. That's amazing. I have a brain for plants. I don't know why, but like I can walk through the forest and be like, that's edible. You can eat that. That one has edible roots. That one has a fruit in the right season. I've got this thing where I like see plants and I don't know, maybe I'm always hungry. So when I learn that a plant has some function, my brain latches onto it for some strange reason. Hacker man, I changed my Microsoft website H1 to Fartsoft using F2. I used to do this. I used to do this in high school. They did this thing where they locked down the computers so that you couldn't access like the F drive or whatever. And you could do this, and then you could go inspect, and you would just like edit as HTML, and you go like a href equals like the H drive, and then link, and then you could click that and get to the drive on the computer. It was the stupidest thing. It was just absolutely stupid. Because the only thing the computers had was a web browser, but you could still do that. You could still like link to local files and then just use the computer directly. It's that was a fun hack. That was a fun hack way back in the day. I know Greek, Latin, and Spanish. Dude, I wish I had your brain. It would have been easy as. I don't know about that. I don't know about that straight. Oh, maybe for the plant identification. Yeah. I don't know why I'm good at that, but I remember asking some forestry engineers what kind of trees were around us while drinking. Like I'm some kind of professor and wondering why they are so mad. The cringiest thing I've ever done. Yo, no way. I have a lot of respect for people who spend a heap of time in nature. I think you do that, don't you? That's like you spend a lot of time working out in nature, don't you? Stray. It's I seem to remember you were saying like you walk around a heap out in nature doing something like that, but Hi, what's cooking tonight? Jess, how you doing? We are working on the dragging features. Speaking of which, let's get into that. Should be able to this time use our auto matchmaking harness, and then we'll get two people dragging stuff around. Dragons. No, not dragons, dragging, like to grab something and pull it from place A to place B. That kind of dragging. Then maybe I should put dragons on the backlog. Okay, is that... All right, there we go. One in. And we did actually put a sneaky draggable thing here. All right, we're going to drag that. And then hopefully, one thing I do need to figure out is, okay, both hands dragging works. What we need to have working is two people dragging this should go faster. And it does. This is where I kind of need multiplayer. It's hard to see this working with this is where I need some community support. I mean, honestly, this is kind of working. I just need to all right, we need to stop standing on the things that we're dragging. Or maybe not. Maybe that's part of the fun. All right, one thing I know we need to do is we need to, when dragging a thing, we need to be able to move it through the door, through a door. So if I'm grabbed onto this, I should still be able to, while grabbing it, activate the door. Problem is he like turns towards it. So, all right, that might be the next thing, because that is a pretty important feature, is that we can grab something and take it into a new space. And one thing I haven't done yet is a way to flip stuff. And we probably need to adjust the weights of objects so that they can be moved a little bit more quickly. Whoa, we need to fix this one too. The clipping through the ground. I just know that's going to ruin playtests if we don't deal with it. Tug of war minigame, a little bit. Yeah, exactly, Zuba. Hopefully, like, cooperating by pulling something into the right direction. But, okay, sorry, guys. A lot of messages I've missed here. Me and the forestry engineers would probably be very different people. You spend most of your time indoor. Okay, Dota. Okay, nice. Remember Win Pop-Up? The default message box app installed on... Yes, yeah. Do you remember that you could do net send? You could send a message, Mylanor, to another computer that produced a pop-up? There was actually a thing that you could like... Was it called net send? It was a thing that if the computer was on LAN, it received a message. It would just actually pop a window up and you could send messages around with it. If you knew the IP address of the LAN computer that you were... So cool. So cool. Okay. I've done agricultural and trade assistant work, but the full-time nature stuff is from 4x4s and camping. Nice, Stray. Nice. I need to get out into nature a lot more. I need to get out into nature more for sure. Dragging, that's not nearly as exciting. Yeah, sorry. Maybe I should have some kind of like... Oh, you were saying dragging isn't like dragging versus dragons. Dragons could be cool. Dragons could be cool, but we need to fit them in, but I don't know how. Or HAL.dll not being protected and set to 777 on every box, able to delete it from other workstations. 777 I thought was like I thought that was a Linux thing. I didn't know that 777 applied to Windows file systems, but maybe it did. I don't remember that one. I actually don't know that one, Mylanor. The only Greek word I really know is Yizo and Hud. Hud. I don't know those words, actually, Stray. Newton has an opinion on dragging things when standing on it. Yeah, correct. Correct, he does. He does. All right, sorry, so behind on messages. You guys are being super active, and I need to catch up. Drag it through the door seems important unless you want to leave the weapons at spawn. Yeah, I agree. The box could spawn in somewhere in the... Yeah, for sure. I spammed the whole network. Yeah, you could net send to like the whole, to like every computer too. I remember Netscape. Dude, I didn't use that much of Netscape. Mylanor, I wrote a script that would search and check every VLAN and check if it had it enabled and send a quick hello. That's pretty cool. Linux reference to everyone. Okay, yeah. See, that's a Linux thing for sure, not a Windows thing. I would say your game is Middle Ages. Age area, so dragons could fit. Yeah, it could fit. It could fit, but I just don't know how to fit it in a way that makes sense, like chronologically. Do you have a truck for off-roading Fook 90? I would like to. I mean, I've got a. It's not exactly a four-wheel drive, but a car somewhat capable of off-roading, and I would like to go out with it more, but. Okay. I think the thing to do next with dragging will be to... Okay, this is health bars. Is this actually health bars? No, it's dragging. I don't know why it's called health bars. Okay, because of this. That's going to be dragging V3 and... New codex conversation. When a player is holding draggable, it's dragging an object. And they choose to, and they travel, move between rooms using a door. The object should move with them. In instances where more than one person is holding the object, the first to activate the door should cause the object to move with them. The other person currently also holding should have the object dropped. Should it take them... Should both people go into the next room? I mean, that's an interesting question. If we're both dragging something and somebody decides to move with it through a door, maybe the person holding it also goes with them. So everybody dragging the object when that movement is activated should move with the object. There may be significant edge cases related to this that I want to explore thoroughly before we move ahead implementing the next slice. So let's explore the problem and come up with solutions ahead of implementation. Okay. Health bars are done. Health bars are actually done, which is crazy scary because... quit out of this, please. What's in here? Nothing. Okay. Again, something's using this. What's using health bars? Not that. Certainly not this. All right, let's find out. I would place them as one of the monsters, hybrid between dragons and lizards. Yeah, that could be cool. That could be cool. That would be one way to do it. But I feel like, yeah, there's so much. There might be a bit of work involved with every one of the monsters, and right now it might be the 200 sub slots that cause us to add new monsters, not just because they're cool. I think it would be cool to have a dragon creature, but I also, you know, maybe not right now. Maybe now's not the time for that. If you both dragging something, you both need to go to the next area. Agreed. I think we're on the right track with that, God of War. The off-road stuff that I built has four-wheel steering, and it's lifted with a set of 40-inch mud tires. Dude, crazy. Four-wheel steering, as in, like, if you turn in a direction, all the wheels turn in that direction. I have a friend who, I think he, like, welded the diff on a car that he used for off-roading, and it was like, I don't know why he did that. If I'm not wrong. He's not that close a friend. He just mentioned it. Okay, there's the... I think we're going to just like end that process. I don't know what's going to die when we do that. Something closed here. Let's see if it lets us do this now. Nope. Even more. Health bars. That process too. Still not. One more try. There we go. Got it. Got it. All right. Exciting. Car can go in crab mode. Just like turn sideways and strafe. Would be wild. Yeah, no, I get you. I get you, God of War. Like we would add it if somebody did the subs for it. We'd put it on the backlog to do. But we already have like Crispy Bacon's Pigman. We need to do that one. We got a lot we need to do. There's a lot on the backlog still. All right. Speaking of which, let's cancel that, rerun that. Give this one another shot, see if our goals are actually working. Welding diffs is if you don't have a diff locker, I think. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's just like, I think people do it to get more, I think they get more torque. Like with a welded diff, like the wheels don't spin independently anymore. So if you want more acceleration in a straight line, it's a good thing. I don't know why you would do that for off-roading. It's, I sent you a pic, easy to explain. I built this truck about 8 years ago. I don't know how you create so many vehicles. I don't know how you do it, Fook90. That's a lot of like... Okay. Damn. Damn. That's cool. Look at that suspension, guys. That's wild. Very cool. That has a bright goal thing. It does when you unlock it. When you've unlocked everything, then yes, it definitely does. Okay. So if everything's unlocked, if I swap to that, that's looking better. That's looking better. Okay, wunderbar. Wunderbar. All right. Let's see. So, test goal 1. First test. Get 1 sub. 1. Get more subs. That goes to 2. Get some subs. 1 and 2. 8 of 2. Let's add a new goal group. Get a few more. Okay, that all looks like it's working quite well. And they're working independently. So yeah, this is working. This is working. That is exciting. Yo, Ginger Dev, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome in. Welcome in. Great to have you in here. It's been a little while. How's the game launch going? I remember your game was really successful. I hope the momentum has kept up. I hope that the launch went good and the momentum has continued. It's like a drag car. Yeah, yep. Your friendly neighborhood bacon loving hero. Absolutely. Crispy bacon. All of our favorite bacon loving hero. It's amusing that he's got both the butcher and the he's got both the butcher and the pigman. Isn't that ironic? He's like like he's got both characters on both sides of the spectrum. Gives a flashbang. Yeah, sorry, didn't mean to flashbang. Sorry, guys. Okay, so those are working, and of course they're gonna have. Where was the? Why is that not working? All right, we've got an issue here, so let's get onto that. Co-op goals. That'll probably be enough. Okay. Weird that this car appears on this website for products. Always reverse searching, Archer Gully. Yep. That's how it goes sometimes, but I'm doing good. We hit 40k sales just today. 220k gross. Dude. Leginger Dev, dude, I'm so excited for you. That's incredible. That's really incredible. That's such a huge thing. Can you link the game for us all again, Ginger Dev? I'd love to like have a look at the Steam page again. We're about to set our own Steam page up, so it's pretty exciting. It's pretty exciting. It's mental. That is like, dude, I'm sorry you got timed out, but we're gonna look at together anyway. This is the game that Ginger Dev has been working on. Very, very cool game. Hold on, we're gonna look at. I'm guessing the music here is something. This is the game that he's launched, guys. Seems like it's doing really well. That's absolutely incredible. the old Vampire Survivors 3 card system. So cool, so cool. Congrats again, man. That's awesome. Really, really, really happy for your success. That's absolutely incredible. You're back. Yep. It's funny to see this community doesn't care about timeouts. I mean, it's because the timeouts are so short. Like 45 seconds, not too bad. Not too bad. Manageable. You can deal with 45 seconds. It's hardly a naughty corner if you only stay there for such a short amount of time. Okay, there's our QA pass stuff. Is this the QA stuff? Where's our dragging branch? That's Stream Tools. Did I close this accidentally? I must have done. All right, doesn't matter. Though we did have a prompt going for this, right? I don't know what happened with it. So yeah, incredible Ginger Dev that the launch has gone so well. Do you have any tips for somebody trying to do the same thing? Um, it's going well. You've got 85K by the end of the year. The game is estimated to gross around 400K. Got a bunch of sales left. That's incredible, man. A sale every month and then the Steam sale every quarter. Yep. Yep. Then bundling it with new games that come out. There's so much so much business that goes into that kind of thing. Like incredible, man. It sounds like you've made it. You've made it. You have. It seems to me that you made enough money making your game to make another game, which is huge. That's the dream for me, man. That's the dream for me. To be successful, it's actually goddamn busy. I know. It's like success is a curse in some sense, but it's the best kind of. It's a first world problem, you know. I'm really happy for you, man. I'm so glad it went well, and you are hustling, promoting it, and everything. It's really cool. So, let me just. I'll repost this in the chat. Can anybody interested in the game that we just saw in that quick trailer, go hit that store page and give it a wish list, please, guys, because a lot of work goes into making games, as you guys know. So like go hit that up. And give it a wish list if you like it. I'll add it to my favorites. Nice. Only if it's your kind of game, though, Mylano. There's nothing worse than having artificially inflated wish lists, but I feel like the game looks pretty fun. If I had a bit more time, I'd it's already on my wish list. I'd be playing it if I had a bit more time. All hail the game devs. Exactly, Mylano. I agree. Okay. This is going to have a bunch of weird edge cases, but we're going to see how it goes. Default chosen from unanswered prompts, target group, scope preserve. Okay, scope is not recursive, only targets and activated grips plus avatar grouping. If one co-dragger is attached to multiple moving targets, use the first captured target in the stable target. Yep. Yeah, that's a funny edge case. You could, in theory, make a chain of objects that's quite long and then teleport all of them. That would be a pretty funny situation. But okay, so what I'd recommend: look at successful games in your genre, follow their pages, make sure your Steam page has GIFs on it, make sure to include localization in at least Korean, Chinese, Japanese, German, and French. Yep, these were the most important ones according to my publisher. Sent you a screenshot on Discord of the raw numbers if anyone wants better insights. Yo, for sure, dude. Let me go have a squiz in the Discord. Is that a Discord DM? Where is that? You likely have a message request. Okay. Let's see. It's gonna be there. Hold on. Message request. Yes, got it. Oh my gosh, that must feel so good. That must feel so nice. Oh. Mwah, mwah. That's incredible, man. Look at that median playtime. 4 hours, dude. Hell yeah. Oh, dude, I'm proud of you. Do you think the publisher had a lot to do with it? Do you regret having a publisher, or are you happy that you had a publisher? That's so cool. Yes and no. You do and don't regret having a publisher. Interesting, interesting. It's you hear some horror stories about publishers, and then you know occasionally someone will be like, you know, it might not have done so well if we hadn't had one. Um, yeah, he got us. I mean, just getting you to popular and upcoming is huge. Um, he was wonderful though, super nice, no issues with him. Yeah. It's just, you know, the thing is like, what about the cut? Is the cut worth it? Is what they add to the process worth the like worth the cut that they often negotiate into the engagement? That's the hard thing. But so far we don't have a publisher, or I haven't approached any publishers or considered publishing for Not Monsters. But he had 30%, and without PU, we wouldn't have got where we are. So yes, yeah. Well, I mean, sounds like it worked out well. That's really good. That's really good. There are so many stories where people are like, publishers are the devil. I think that's rarely true, but oh, dude, look at that. Look at that, dude. You should be so proud of this. You should be so proud of this, Ginger Dev. Um, that's so cool. You should be so proud of this. Congratulations. I'm really glad all your hard work paid off, man. This is the dream. This is the dream. This is what I would like to achieve, guys. I would like to be here. I would like to be here. There are so many people with their games out here hustling, trying to make it work. And, you know, I don't know if this game will succeed or not, but I really hope it will. First game success is mad. Yeah. I mean, Ginger Dev, you don't even want to see the stats for hold on. Let me let me hit you back with some more sobering statistics. Uh, okay, hold on. All right, so let's see. Let's give this a play. Actually, I shouldn't be testing this yet. We need to wait for this to finish. Um, yeah. Yeah, VR is like, I remember watching a YouTube video about what kind of game to make, and it was like, of every category of game, virtual reality was the absolute worst one. Um, I did not get a chance to use Fable, Ginger Dev. Have you tried it? I've heard some like mixed reviews. Some people are like it's marginally that better than 5.5, and then some other people are like it's absolutely mind blowing. Sounds like you're in the mind blowing camp. It's yeah, that's really cool. That's really cool. It was staggeringly good. Maybe I should have tested it while I had the chance. Um, but you know, again, I've been trying to just like lock in and stay with the one ecosystem. So um, I really hope they bring it back. It was ridiculous. There's no way they don't, Ginger Dev. It'll happen. It's just, I think what they're going to do is charge by the token. So it's like they're gonna stop like making it available as subscriptions, and it's gonna start to be pay to win, um, which I hate. But what are you gonna do? It's the way it's going. It's the way it's going. What a world we live in. Okay. Close out of these. Let that dragging refactoring finish. Try and find and fix a few errors on this branch. Maybe close that out. The other thing, so what other things do we really need to do to, yeah. Okay, we've got one more thing we need to do. Um, that can go there. Let's go to client. Actually, no, we're going to go to work trees. No, we're going to go to client. And then I ran out of tokens in 30 minutes. Oh, dude. Um, it's incredibly sad it disappeared, but when it comes back, I'll move to it. It's a token gobbler, though. Ran out of tokens in 30 minutes. I hate that future, dude. I hate that future. Um, I hate that future where it's just like you just throw a bunch of money at a problem and it takes so much of the creativity out of it, you know. But uh, its worst setting was way better than 4.8 max on Claude. That's yeah, dude, that's crazy. Um, okay, feature. Uh, Lobby locked. Oh, locked doors. Um, let's see. How do we handle locking doors? So, okay, we're going to client. We're going to clone a work tree. Work tree add. This is going to be locked doors. Let's do that. And then down here, we can go into locked doors. Where are we? I'm already moving on to my next game, going for a 9 to 12 month timeline, 2-player asymmetric multiplayer game about a dwarf and a wizard being pulled into a grimoire. Yo, cool. That's awesome. Feels like a day at the theme park, waiting hours for one ride and it ending to be a disappointment. Yeah, I think I know what you mean, Mylenor, with, you're talking about Fable right now, right? It'll be a lot of fun to do. Yeah, it's going to be really fun to do. Are you worried, Ginger Dev, about the rate that new games are going to start getting released? Like, maybe not. You just managed to have a success. You just managed to release a game, but I feel like your game succeeding because the quality will be bad. But discoverability is going to be hard. Even if the quality is like, it's hard to stand out in a crowd of crappy games, even if your game is good. That's the challenge. I think that's going to be a challenge. I'm a bit worried about that, if I'm being honest. That's kind of why I'm trying to lock in and make another game now, because at least when you have a few runs on the board, it'll be easier to get discovered because you can move your audience from one game to another. People will be able to make games en masse, but if you market relatively all right, you'll be fine. That's the thing, though. I'm so bad at the marketing. I'm really bad at marketing. Work trees, locked doors. Okay. We got some feature design to do here. We did emails, Keymailer, and ads. What kind of ads? I'm actually super curious about that because I did emails for OnPoint and that kind of failed. That's where you hope Valve is earning their cut to surface your games to players. That's true. That's true, DGen. But also, like sometimes the algorithm just like decides against you, and some games that are legitimately good just might not still get discovered. That's the scary prospect. All right, hold up. Let me have a think. Okay. Door interactions need a new locked state. Door interactions need a new locked state. When a door is locked, rather than reporting to the player that they can open the door, it needs to show a locked icon. We should probably generate that. Use where is it? Menu icons. Okay, if initially it should be possible toggle if a door is locked using a key, using door ownership, or with a key object held. With a key object held, don't worry about this for now, or from external code. Okay, hold up. If you want to know, we did single images and a call to action. We brought in about 5,000 wish lists in 3 weeks, $12,000 budget. Wasn't great. I mean, that might actually be worth it, right? If you convert the wish lists to, what is it? It's they say somewhere between 5 and 20% of wish lists can convert to sales with, like, on average, and then some edge cases as high as 50% of wish lists can convert to sales, which are just absolutely wild over the life of the project. Yo, Aptor, thank you for following, man. Thank you for hitting that follow button. I appreciate you. And you can, in a sense, though, if you know what your conversion rate is, and even if you're pessimistic, we could say then something like, say you've got 5,000 wish lists. Let's say the game is selling for, what was your game actually selling for? Hold on. Orb was games selling for, how much was it? $10. Okay. So if we've got $10 and at the same time, it's 10% of that being conversions, and then you've got 5,000 wish lists, then you're looking at, okay, I mean, that's not a great conversion because it'd be $5,000 for a break even and you spent double that. But maybe that's enough to get it, like, the algorithm working, right? That could be the way to do it. Okay, from the get-go, I wouldn't recommend that, GingerDev, personally. One thing that you probably used AI in the development process for your, like, as the technology got better. One thing I will say is if you 100% AI code your project, then you might, how to explain this? In my experience, projects where you lay strong foundations, the AI can take those patterns and extend them. Where if you just ask it 100% from scratch to make something, you're going to wind up with, like, whatever it wants to do, and some of that stuff isn't going to be good. Okay, all right, yeah. I would say set foundations and then have an AI come in and extend them. Yeah. Yes, yeah. You were on the same page around that. Our wish list to conversion rate is about 21 points. Oh, that's amazing for how young the game is. GingerDev, you'll probably wind up with something like 40% conversion at the end of the life of the game, which is crazy high. That's so good. 4,000 deletions, 11,000 conversions. Yeah, that's incredible. Did you got it in a Next Fest, I'm guessing. Dude, I'd be so keen to just talk to you about this, like the cadence and the sequence of the efforts that you made and how that all like compounded and how it all played out. Claude files for every system, editor tools. I did AHTO with about 95% AI coded. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, no, I'm with you, man. I'm with you. Okay, where are we? Do interactions. We need a new lock state. It should be possible for okay, initially, the door on the we're looking at doing the door on the chapel should be locked when the lobby fills up and the game finishes. It should unlock. All right. Let's start by establishing a clear design for how these doors need to work by considering edge cases and clearing any unknowns. Let's start, not stop. Okay. More than happy to hop into a voice chat. That'd be amazing. That would actually be amazing. With you and chat with you whilst we're both live to go through all the stats info and stuff like that. That's so cool. That would be so cool. I might even try and I'd love to do like a series of YouTube videos and interviews about that kind of thing. GingerDev, I don't know if you're aware, but sometimes I host panels and I do a lot of in-person interviews at events and stuff like that. And I would absolutely love to extend that to Twitch, like developer to developer interviews. I did the same with Tim Badeau, beginning of the month. No, awesome, man. I have no objection to sharing everything and you coming out with a million questions. Dude, that would be amazing. I would actually really like to do that. I would really like to do that. I'll be hosting some panels at the end of the month at the Queensland Games Festival. I don't know if you're able to, you're not actually probably not even in Australia, are you necessarily? So we can just do it online. But yeah, that'd be so cool. That'd be really good. I'd love to do one with you. Dude, I'd love to do one with you. That'd be amazing. You did one with Dev Dream Podcast last week. I'm in Bulgaria. Okay, nice. Cool. Yeah, dude, I'm so psyched that the game has gone well for you. I really am. It's like really, I love to see developers succeeding, man. It's so cool. That's so cool. There's so much that I need to do to get my game to be successful, and I'm splitting my efforts between running a company and doing a bunch of other things. It's all pretty terrifying, and I know there are gaps that I need to cover. But I'm trying to move as quickly as I can right now to a Steam page. I just need to get the Steam page up. That's the next big thing. Get the Steam page up. Okay, here we are. The dragging stuff. Let's try it. Due to the success, I'm opening a company at the moment. Just sorting out the bank. That's pretty cool, dude. That's pretty cool. So I don't know if you know my background, but I did start a game studio about 9 years ago. And like, my advice is probably going to be kind of counterintuitive. I think if you can manage if you can be a one-man indie, it's so rare that people are able to go and do like everything that a game needs. If you're capable of it, I think it makes sense to be really reserved with how often you bring people in. Okay, hold on. Sorry about the timeout. Okay, cool. I like the brand here. How cool is this, guys? LeGingerDev is making a game studio and he's calling it Bag of Ducks. Yeah, see, this is the kind of game studio branding that probably would be like very, very good to do. Um, my company it's trying to be corporate facing while being game development. So you can see it's got this weird mix of like, it looks very professional for the clients that want to use this for co-development and stuff like that outside of the games industry. But then you'll see a lot of the like material that we're advertising that we do is yeah. So it's very professional. It's very professional. This is so cool. Indie studio of friends making short, quirky games. Yeah, that's so cool. Um, whole bag of quacks. Nice. This is so sick. Amazing, man. Amazing. Congratulations. Congratulations on it. Um, marketing for devs. Okay. This is cool. This is a cool service. This is the kind of thing that I could see myself needing. Um, yeah, that's so sweet. That's really cool. Um, I love this. I love this, dude. Thanks for sharing. Because you were timed out, I'm just going to repost it for anybody else who wants to follow up on this. Marketing for me is the thing that worries me the most. It worries me the most. It's a scary thing because it's where my I think that's where On Point went really badly. Um, okay, let's go grab a thing that can be dragged and drag it into that room. Move faster. Placid Duck Simulator being a mandatory game to run in the background. Is that a game? Placid Duck Simulator? That's funny. That's hilarious. Oh, these stairs. We're gonna have to make the stairs a little bit less collidery. All right, that's my bad. We're gonna have to fix that because lifting this be hard. Maybe it's fun hard, but I don't think it's fun hard at this point. All right, there's another issue. Um, this door, I think we're gonna have to have a way to activate it when. Yeah, all right. So we're turning towards it even when just one hand is grabbed. This is going to be really clunky. I don't think people are going to tolerate this. And it's because we turn towards it. So the thing that really needs to happen with it, because I'll be able to do this if I just like turn the right way here. Um, let's just see if activating it works full stop. Uh, I believe. I don't believe. We're stuck. Have we trapped ourselves? No way. I think the collider is going to be blocking this in a very very inconvenient way. Okay, this is a catastrophe. This will not do. Let me get out of the way of this so you guys can see the disaster unfold. Um, how do I? Yeah, all right. There's a bug that needs fixing that. Okay. Adam learns live has said. Hold on. Has said a similar sentiment. Fun making games, marketing not so much. Yeah, it's really difficult. It's really difficult, DJ. And completely different set of skills. And a completely different discipline. If you click in the top right of the website, you'll see the optional objectives website. Um, Optional objectives. It's a whole. Oh, I thought optional objectives was. I thought this was you declaring what the objectives of the company were when I read this, Ginger Dev. That's what I thought happened here. Just if you want like the user experience and consumer psychology here, I thought as a company, Bag of Ducks had optional objectives to do marketing for game developers. I didn't actually realize that optional and objectives was the name of the whole company. But this is cool. Marketing support for indie devs by indie devs. Dude, very cool, man. Very cool. Small cut, fixed Windows support, not just services. That's awesome. Okay, yeah, sick. Very cool, man. Yeah, it's all stuff I got to figure out and do. I'll keep this in mind. I'll keep this in mind, Ginger Dev. Thank you for pointing it out. Um, it's a subset that my marketer wants to take on regarding taking a small percent to assist with the marketing and setup for it. Okay. We haven't finalized things just yet, but it's something my marketer wants to do to improve and she wants to do more. Yeah, I mean if it worked so well for your current game, then like why not? Why not, Ginger Dev? Makes sense. Take the thing that you did well that others can't do well and turn that into opportunity, man. I think that's a good strategy. Okay, I think we're gonna need some kind of like, I want to see this. I want to see this. We're gonna see visible collision shapes. Let's have a look. Um, Undocumented feature? Sell me this pen. If you say it's wrong, it's really sus. Hold on. What do you mean if you say it's wrong, it will be really sus? Ginger Dev, at the moment, my plan is um, just roughly speaking, it's going to be something like this. Oh no, I think that's very intentional, Mylenor. I think that's some wordplay there, being very deliberate about that. I think that's also what makes it a good name, is it's got a sense of humor about it. This is where we're at. This is where we're at. I really want the store page live like fairly soon. That's part of my plan here. Which is why I'm trying to like get things done. We're running a little bit late on it, but store page live, like by the end of the week, basically. And then I'm hoping to, by the 27th, have a playable demo up so that we can do some internal testing. And then I'm hoping to have an alpha release out for PAX, and then have a playable demo with like a full playable demo. And this, I should say, like, community playtest demo. And then I want to have like for Next Fest, essentially, this is where I'd like to have like a proper playable demo, and then I want to try and be ready for Halloween. I think trying to launch around Halloween will be a really good launch window, and it's also pretty close to it's good cadence after Next Fest to go from Next Fest into Halloween. So this is kind of like I'm hoping to have early access release in October. That's the timeline, Ginger Dev. I don't know if you think this is a good idea or a bad idea. I'd be very curious to hear your take on that. But Halloween themed game, exactly. And I am lucky enough to have a bunch of content creator friends who I are eager to support the game and will likely play it on stream around that time. So that might be a good push to help get sales up when the game goes early access. But yeah, I'll share it with my friends. I actually really do appreciate that, Mylenor. Thank you. I don't know too much about good timelines. It was meant to be a small 2 to 3 month game, and it took 4.5 months. So I'm the wrong guy, dude. Like 4.5 months is still super fast. That's crazy fast. That's very good, man. You should be very proud of that. Okay, we've got those spheres. They should be able to detect this door. Man, I really need to fix that. I really need to fix that bug. The jolt physics is just not as good. I think we need to do something where we put the probes behind the player when we're dragging an object. Otherwise, I don't know how we're gonna do this. I think if you... All right, we need a way to detect doors. And let's just fix up the collider here while we're at it, because that's not good. The let's go outside space. But with that said, I hope this goes well for you. I feel like I'm the only one in software dev space who hasn't had a win, who's had a win recently. So wishing you the best for everyone. Yeah, look, I appreciate that, Ginger Dev. I think making the choice to, like, what you've done for marketing is probably where I really need to be paying close attention. I need to be doing something like that for myself. That's yeah, that's exciting, man. It's exciting that you succeeded like that. Okay, this... I think we're going to get rid of this. We're just going to go boxes. Okay, let's see there. And then... another one. Probably there. What I should have done is make sure I got this from the side. Is that building an import, or did you make that? We made that. We made that, Prof 6 foot. It's, yeah, we... I mean, hold on. I still have it open, don't I? We're going TL draw to show you the... so we used, there are some AI, there's some AI tool use as part of the process for the base model, which is why you can see some of the artifacts on it. And also it's like the low quality version for outside versus the... Okay, actually this does need to go down there. But yeah, that all fits into this. You can kind of see like the thought process behind how we got there, Pro 6 foot, like a concept like this. Oh, by the way, Ginger Dev, what do you think about this for the capsule art? It's just the concept for the capsule art, but I'm starting to brainstorm how that would look. Like Stormwind in World of Warcraft, absolutely, yeah. So from here, 6 foot, we're like, okay, we wanted to make a world that looked a bit like that. We went and got some ideas for the environment and what buildings would look like. We kind of flagged pretty quickly that a church was an important part of the, the look and feel for this. And so we developed out a bunch of little different props. And then we got to that one, which is the church that you can finally see. And then from there, we, developed the door and a bunch of the different assets for the inside of it and figured out what it was going to look like on the inside. And so, yeah, you can kind of see the art process evolve for this piece. It's, yeah, there's been lots of little moving parts in getting it to the point where it is now. But pretty happy with where we've wound up on it so far. That's insane. Yo, thank you, man. I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. I appreciate that positivity, dude. Okay, that... oh, this is too big. So what we're doing right now, 6 foot, is getting we're getting these colliders in. So just the boundaries to make sure that like when we, when players move around and bump against things, they don't, they don't clip through the building. And also like trying to simplify the object into really simple shapes so that we don't have to do complicated collisions. You want for collisions, you want them as simple as possible. So that's kind of what I'm aiming for here with this. Like Stormwind Keep in World of Warcraft, they did the same thing to keep performance. Yeah, yep. The size immersive with the rest of the world. Yeah, absolutely. It's difficult. Like scale can be a real challenge. Keeping scale consistent can be a real challenge. All right, where is this one? That goes there. That's going to be that. And there. And this one comes in here. This one's going to go all the way down to the end. Yo, 6 foot, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that, man. All those follows add up. They really, really do. They really do. That's one of the reasons it's so important to be here on stream creating stuff with everyone. It makes a difference, man. It makes a difference. So thank you. Okay, I've got two shapes that kind of are taking up the same space. So we're gonna get rid of that one because they're kind of like doubling what they're doing. And then we're just going to bring this up to encapsulate that. And then this, let's use this for the tower. About there. And then from the front, we'll take this in. Then we're going to have to make some slanted things for the roofs. And then I really want to get this, I want to get this walkway right. Making that's maybe going to be the most important collider in the whole thing because everybody's always going to be going up and down these steps. Okay, copy that, paste that. I'm going to make this unique. Actually, I should have done the other one. Yeah, probably that one. 10 streams in a row, Psych. Huge. Thank you for getting to the 10 stream streak mark. I'm sorry the reset happened, man. So glad to see you in here for all those streams. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Really appreciate having you here, man. Okay, that to there, that to there. That to there and there. Excellent. And we're going to do the same with, yeah, I think with that, make unique. There, line that up this way. Flip it that way. All right, I think that'll do. Now let's focus on this last important bit here. I might do some colliders around those, but we'll probably do cylinders for those. Cylinders here, 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 and there. We've also actually, one thing we haven't done any of and might not even be in the prototype is sound. There's going to be a lot of work involved in getting the sound going for this project. But we'll get there. We'll get there one little bit at a time. What kind of scripts are important for a building like this? I mean, when you Pro 6 Foot, if you're asking about scripts, okay, so some important things for this building will be the code that activates the door and takes people between rooms. There's going to be some scripts that dictate when this bell sounds, so it's going to be emitting a sound at certain times in the day. Yo, okay, I've got your Discord. Thank you for reaching out, GingerDev. Feel free to shoot across a time when you want to learn some stuff. Yeah, hell yeah, would love that. Would love that. Thanks for having a nice chat. No, I've really enjoyed having you in the stream, GingerDev. You've had some really interesting and insightful things to say today. I really do appreciate it. And also, may I just say once more, huge congratulations with the success of your game. One more time, I just want to shout out GingerDev and his game. He was hanging out here in the stream ahead of the launch of his game while he was working on it, guys. And he was doing the grind. He was doing the grind. It was really cool to have him here. One more time, I'm going to copy paste the game link for anybody who wants to go check the game out and give it a wish list, or even try it. Give it a try. Sounds like the game has been very, very well received. 97% positive review is very hard to do, guys. So go check him out. Go check him out. Thanks for swinging by and staying for so long too, GingerDev. I appreciate you. All right, one more cylinder. Yes. That's good. That goes there, that goes there. We'll stick that there. And here, okay, cool. I wasn't productive, but was good. Yeah, no worries. No worries. Wasn't that cool to have him swing by, guys? It's I love watching a person's story as they go, as they progress. They work hard, they hustle, they build a game, they launch a game, and the game, it succeeds or it doesn't succeed. So often it doesn't succeed. So it's so fantastic to see one that does. What a W, right, guys? Okay, that one more here. Make unique. What's going on with the music? We've gone to full classical here. There we go. New music. Sure is, yeah. It's a good story. It's a good story when it succeeds. It's so hard to do that. It's so hard to do that. Okay. Let's make that there. There's a shape here that lets you chamfer, isn't it? Where's that chamfer? No, we're just going to rotate it. Okay, there we go. Good, good. Okay, this time make unique. That goes there. This goes down. That'll do, I think. I'm worried about that lip. I want that. Not so much. Okay. Should we give it a spin? Okay. I'm working on a stream Frogger game at the moment. You want me to add you to the random billboard that is displayed there? No asking for money or favors in return. Hold on. Game devs helping game devs sort of thing. Could be not monsters, etc. I mean, yeah, like absolutely. We'll take everything we can get. We'll take everything we can get, Mylenor. But also, it's like it needs a Steam page. It does need a Steam page before I can start to like promote the game. That's the thing that we still need to do. We still need to get the Steam page up. Very focused on that right now. And then we'll have a place to send people. I think until that happens, there's still so much that has to. That's going to be like my locked in priority until I can figure that out. Since your content and all, no worries, man. Tell me a bit more about this Frogger game, Mylenor. That's interesting. We've got jittering happening now. I think that's since the compression, since the netcode compression. Okay, now we're actually, oh my god, we're actually trapped. I need a solution for that. For clipping through the floor. That might be something we do on the QA pass. Let's go have a think about this. Okay, so collider of the player clips through the floor. We can detect this and reset the player. But first, I'd like to try to find the root cause of this and see what changes can be made to the player itself to make sure this stops happening. All right, that's what we're going to do first. Okay, in short, you can join the game and it gets assigned a random character. You can use chat to move across multiple lanes and streets to reach the other side. Okay, vehicles and random events can kill you. You get splattered. Cool. Points game can be turned in at chat like faster move speed. All right, cool. That's pretty cool, Mylenor. That's pretty cool. How are you dealing with like the latency between the chat messages and the? Because I think Frogger needs to be quite like reflexive and responsive, right? And there's also a delay between when you send a chat message and it gets received and processed, and the on-stream like, you know, there's like 2 seconds delay between what I'm saying and when you actually hear it. You know, it's slow pace. Okay, cool. Oh, that's cool. That sounds really cool. If you get a website or something for it at some point, I'd be keen to try it out. That sounds awesome. Okay, I've got the main repo facts now. A few product level choices still materially change the blah, blah, blah. When a locked door is used by an authorized player, what should happen? unlock the door. We shouldn't not create any for authority door. First slice is a simple locked door to the chapel before the match start countdown completes. Okay, which chapel doorway should be locked before the lobby countdown finishes? All right, so when any door is locked, it should be locked from both sides. Okay, how should the first implementation handle key objects? Don't handle key objects yet. Just consider that they will eventually need to be supported while implementing the design. Yep. Okay. So many questions, but I don't want to ruin your other viewers. No, dude, like questions are very welcome. Very, very welcome. Pro 6 foot. If you have questions, like just shoot with them. Don't worry, dude. We're here to answer them. I'm literally like, that's why I'm streaming. I'm streaming here to answer your questions. So shoot away, shoot away. Like I'd love to hear them. Love to hear them. We need to maybe even get rid of the handles on the bottom row here so that when you grab this, you make sure that you grab it from the top, not from the bottom. Because it's nice to support grabbing from the bottom, but I don't think that, you know, when we're grabbing an object right in front of us, I don't think that's really good. On this grabbing branch, we also have to speed up movement while dragging a little bit, just generally. At the moment, it's like way too slow. Especially when we start to put objects in the... See, that's pretty slow. I think the more full this gets, the more that's going to be a problem. Yeah, look how slow that is now that I've thrown a bit of corn in there. That's just not... That's not fun slow. I know it encourages multiple players to help move an object, but this might be overkill. Let's actually fill it up and see if it's still movable. All right. I should put an eggplant in here just for good measure. Let's eat the corn, grab an eggplant. So does the program convert what you say into code and then tuck it away where it has to go? Kind of. So what we've done, Pro 6 foot, is we've written some really strict rules about what the program should do. So when I'm talking here, turns it into text, and that text gets converted into instructions that get put into plans, and then these plans get converted into code that we review here. So essentially, I give it instructions. I've got a lot of really specific instructions about how it should make that conversion happen. And then, then we review to make sure that the changes that it make actually achieve the stuff that we want. So, so we still need to understand what we're doing and what changes are actually happening. But it's doing a lot of the legwork for us instead of writing it manually like we would have done even 6 months ago. There's that clipping problem again. All right, hold on. We have another player here, right? If I stop him. No, we don't. We lost them all. Oh, well. Okay, where... So if you want to learn more about some of the tools that we're using, one thing we're using here is Codex. We're using it on the command line. We're using Tabby to manage the different terminals. The game engine is called Godot. The language we're working in is called C#. And yeah, you can go and learn all of those things yourself and do the same things that I'm doing here fairly straightforward manner. It does take a little bit of time to learn the language and how to work with all these different tools, but it's not as difficult as you might think. Pro 6 Foot, I would definitely recommend go try make a game. But you do kind of need to learn some of the languages and stuff, and maybe you already know them. Maybe you're already a really good programmer. But yeah, it's okay. I've got enough Reaper context to identify let's see. Okay, when have you most often seen the player clip through the door? So it's when moving around, when other colliders are near, when jammed. Okay. I started 3 days ago, and this is what I've done. Okay, made menu, fade transition, free play mode, competitive mode, 30-second timer, hit counter, miss counter, accuracy, global singleton. Global singleton sounds bad. I wouldn't be starting a game with a global singleton, but fair enough. You do you. High score support. Weapon Bob, reloading, recoil, imported Maximo character, breathing Eve. Okay, nice. It sounds like you're making a first-person shooter. That's really cool, Pro 6 Foot. Really cool. That's awesome, man. And for 3 days' work, isn't that amazing? It used to take, that would have been a few days' work once upon a time if you were really good, let alone a few weeks' work if you were just learning. Things are moving fast, man. Things are moving fast, real fast. Okay, when moving around, and intersecting. Are the nearby colliders? When jammed between, it seems we forced down through the ground. Moving, this happens with, what are they called? They're our Draggle. With the gates, the clipping is the biggest issue with the ground collider, where if we pass through it, we fall and it ends the Functionally ends the play session. Okay, which trigger best matches the common failure case? Edges or steps? Okay. Edges and steps, dragging and impacts are the most common failure cases right now. Boxes and gates seem to cause this most often. Okay, what should the first implementation optimize for? Let's go diagnostic first. Okay, cool. But doesn't look like that. What do you mean, Pro 6 foot? You mean it doesn't look like is WoW World of Warcraft? Or hold on. If you can clarify that, Prof 6 foot, I'd definitely like, yeah, I'm curious. Okay, where are we? Add a shared locked state for interaction targets. Use it to lock the chapel door during the multiplayer lobby and unlock them when match flow started is reached after the countdown completes. Do not add any key or player door authority yet. Yep. Update the host authoritative interaction. Yep. Add the chapel door lock runtime. Yep. Most of my stuff is imports like textures. All your stuff has the same appearance because you made it all way cooler. Yeah. It's not too hard to do that though. You can all looks like it belongs. Yeah, that's one thing that's really critical to making a game look polished, and that's the difference often between between a student project or an asset flip or something that it's like artistic consistency, because you can use an asset pack, but the moment you need something outside of what's available, now you're kind of stuck, you need to make, you run into a real barrier there. I think stylistic consistency is super critical for making a game feel cohesive. Prompt controller, yes. Yes. I mean, this is interesting. There's no assumptions listed here. It must have a very clear idea of what it's doing. All right, let's send it. Diagnose the player floor clipping. Add diagnostics first, focused on... The first goal is to capture whether the player is being pushed. One thing I might actually do, it's possible we remove the diagnostic systems. Hey, Sarah 3D, thank you for following along. I really appreciate you. Welcome in. Primary reproduction is local player movement while jammed between nearby colliders, especially draggables and gates. First implementation should prioritize diagnostics over a speculative fix. Yes, implement. Hey, how you doing? Welcome in. I'm guessing you're a 3D artist type. We like your kind around here. We do a fair bit of 3D art here as well. So welcome. Good to see another artist. I'm making assumptions here, but maybe they're intuitive assumptions. I think from the context, it's probably a safe bet. But yeah, cool that you found the stream. I'm very good, thanks. I'm doing really good too. It's it's a Thursday night, and I'm getting to the thing that I enjoy most as a part of my day. I get to be here, and I'm studying 3D. Yo, that's so cool. So what do you like? What do you like? Do you like 3ds Max or Maya or Blender, or are you a ZBrush person? Do you like hard surface, soft surface? Are you all about shading and VFX, or are you more about I don't know. Do you like you try Houdini? What's your flavor? We like all of these things, and we love discussing these things and making stuff using these kind of things. It's for this project, it's mostly been Blender. We've been blendering. Make cool stuff. Exactly, Mylenor. Exactly. That is a very good life philosophy. Make cool stuff. Good path to good path to, you know, for me, it's always been a way to be satisfied in life is to make cool things. Okay, where are we? We're going for, is that? Yeah, that one. I've used a couple of all of these. Nice. I also love Blender. I remember Blender when it was garbage, and like back then I used to use Maya. I'm a bit old hat. I'm a bit old hat at this point. But yeah, I am a Blender convert now. Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. Always like the idea of it being free, but once upon a time, before I think it was like 3.5, it was the most clunky 3D thing, but it was free and it was doing stuff like Maya and Max was doing at like without the cost. I'm working with Unreal Engine also. Yeah, that's sick. That's really cool. That's really cool. You can make things look so beautiful, so easy in Unreal. For a 3D artist, I think that's a nice place to be working. It's a really nice place to be working. Unreal is a good engine to be doing visual stuff in. So that's very cool. Very cool. Okay, you go here. Both of you get a copy pasta. And then there. And then maybe one more. This is probably going to be looking pretty weird to a person who, I don't know if you have you done collision meshes before? Like, I think you've got some really cool things in Unreal that make doing collisions easy. I think in this case, you know what? I'm going to change this to a box. I'm just doing collision meshes now, so we're not exactly doing 3D modeling. We're just trying to create some encapsulating shapes to oh wow, that rotation's interesting. Transform, we're going to make that 0 and 0. Do I bother with a little thing for, yeah, I guess we do. A player's going to want to be here, right? There's no way a player doesn't try and do that. Uh, let's see. I'm trying to learn C++ for Unreal, but I'm not a great coder, to be honest. I mean, the good news is it's easier than ever to learn. I think you can use like LLMs and agents to teach you a lot of stuff that would have been very, very, very difficult to learn in the past. I would just say, you know, try not to lean on them too much until you understand what they're doing. But at the same time, like, have at it because, you know, these days, it's so easy to learn. It's so easy to learn stuff. You can just ask an agent, be like, hey, how would I do this thing? And you know, what's a variable and how's my memory being managed and all the, you know, once upon a time you had to put in real hard work to learn that stuff and not so much these days. Not so much these days. Okay, that'll do. I actually make the collision in Blender and import them into the engine. Is that possible with Godot? Yes, it is, but the what you end up doing when you work like that, Sarah, is you wind up having a like often like a concave and complex 3D shapes. Uh, Detecting collisions on like you can have different kinds of colliders. Things like, all right, here. Let me just illustrate a thing. Let's go to random thoughts. When 3D engines detect collisions, they can do things where it's like, you know, say you've got a box, right? Say you've got a cube, and the cube is like that, and you know we've got some lines that go like that, right? if you detect, let's say we have a point in space, right? If that point in space is within the box or outside of the box, it's a matter of checking. Like you can check, it's a minus like b minus what is it minus b c. You can essentially say like is the object is the position of the object in space less than this edge minus that edge, and then the same thing along the other axis as well, to say is this object within a box, right, within bounds. You can do that with code in a way that's a lot more efficient than saying check within 3D geometry, right? So if you make your meshes in Blender and then you import it into your engine, and this is true for Unreal as well as Godot and Unity. In any case, you can do faster collision detections using primitive shapes than you can. And I'm talking about engine primitives, not 3D models that match those primitives. It's and even that's even simpler for things like checking for a sphere is just a matter of like, say here's your point. You can just say, is this new point, is the distance between that point and this point less than the length of, like less than the radius of the sphere, right? So for some things it's always going to be faster to use primitive objects than to use 3D meshes. So what you're saying about like I make my colliders as 3D meshes, the reason I'm not doing that is because the engine can do calculations about collisions more reliably and more quickly by using primitive shapes rather than using 3D meshes. So we actually did have this using a 3D mesh at one point, and there are still some you can still see some objects like that gate, right? That gate is using the 3D model. It's not using that. You can see these faint blue lines there, Sarah. It's using the 3D model instead of using primitives. But what I plan to do for this is do the same process that you've just seen me do for this object, because primitive collision detection is so much easier than having, I didn't know about primitives. That's interesting. Yeah. And it's not to say that it can't work. It can't, I can definitely do this with, here, I think that's another, oh no, that one's not a primitive, but yeah. Primitives can do like the math to check collisions is just so much simpler when you use primitives than if you use meshes. But yeah, it's not always the right way to do it, but I think for me, that's the way that I'm tackling the problem. Okay, where is that? Let me have a think. So we need to do something for this dragging. How are we going to handle this? When dragging an object, we need to probably do a probe, an interaction probe in the direction that we're moving just for the doors. Okay. We're going to try as much as possible to use the open-close principle here and not modify existing code, but instead introduce new code. This is because I want to test that this system works and I don't want to disrupt the functioning of existing systems. Okay. Right now, when we drag an object, we turn the character to face the center of the object that's being dragged. We also have detection probes that fan out in front of the character to identify objects. When a door interactable is within these probes, it becomes possible to trigger them to move between spaces. If dragging an object, though, we are facing away from the door, and that object is always... when dragging an object, though, we are always facing the object and away from the door, and the probes collide with the object and never find the door that we could move through. To address this problem, I would like to add a new probe that appears only when dragging an object, that only detects doors, door interactables. it should, instead of being in front of the player, travel out in front of the direction of the players. No, we can, in front of the player. This probe should check behind the player. Only detect doors. And enable the same interaction options with doors that would have occurred if the front collision probes would have been triggered. All right. Okay. Is that Godot's new IDE for coding? No. This is just the command line, Sarah. We're just using the command line with a command line interface tool called. In this case, we're using Codex. We're using Codex because we're using GPT 5.5, and Codex is the best. What's called a harness. It's the best harness to work with GPT 5.5. So this isn't an IDE specific to Godot. It's just me working with LLM agent. And all that is just something like if you've used ChatGPT before, like ChatGPT can tell you how to write code, and it can tell you how to, if you give it a file, it can read the file and it can suggest changes to it. All we're doing is essentially, it's equivalent to connecting GPT to the files on our computer and letting it manipulate those files. And so we've changed all of the, stop using AI. It's such a like, here I am talking about AI tools, and you just got this robot smile face, stop using AI, being like, hello. That's me, 5.5. Yeah, 5.5 is quite nice. It's quite nice. 5.4 is also really strong as well. But we've been trying Qwen 3.6 lately. We have fun here. Yeah. I feel like you're hanging out here anyway, and I kind of agree with you that the whole world should slow down on the AI use, but like, if you're the one not using it, then you get left behind, dude. I really just want a game. I feel like there are going to be so many games coming out in the next year that if you don't have an existing audience and you don't have like a way to stand out, so I'm really just trying my best to create a product before it becomes so easy to do that great games get lost in the crowd. It's that's how I feel about it. So I'm with you. Stop using AI, but like it's kind of like the I don't know. It's like the Cold War, right? Neither of the superpowers could stop developing nuclear weapons because to not keep up was like, don't worry, Seb, you're a good one. Nah, your name like resonates really strongly with the sentiments that I have about this, but at the same time, I'm just like, I know that there's no putting the Pandora back in its box with this stuff. And if you just, all you do is you try and use it as responsibly as you possibly can, and but if to not use it is to ignore the march of progress. Okay. Minimal seams is fine. When dragging the rear door probe detects a door, how should it interact with the normal front selected target? Rear door wins. Yep. What should a rear door probe geometry be on this slice? I mean, mirror the front should be fine. Yep. Okay, where are we? 4. All right, that's Stream Tool stuff. That's working, that's working. This is ready. Oh, really? This was supposed to just do diagnostics. That was definitely supposed to do diagnostics, but it has not done diagnostics. Hold on. Where was it? Crazy name. It's a great name, isn't it, Micro? It's actually a great name. I actually really like it. I have a laugh about it every time because I'm always here doing some kind of thing with AI, and then Stop Using AI just comes in and it's like seems like a really down to earth person, but the name always makes me go like, "What? Is he talking to me?" It's we're in a really place tough right now in the yeah, we're in a really tough place right now in the world. There's a generation of people down on their luck. I can't save all of them, nor should I really dictate how they get up. Yeah, dude, I hear you. I hear you. Um, what kind of thing makes a good game versus mediocre? That's such a complicated question, Prof. Six Foot. I think you could say the same thing about any kind of art, and most of the time, the inconvenient answer is it all comes down to taste. And you know, when interpreting art, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and so it shifts from person to person. But I think one thing you can do when you move away from artistic pursuits to commercial pursuits, which ultimately, if you want to be a professional game developer, it's not about if you make something beautiful, because you can make something very, very beautiful that nobody ever notices and nobody ever cares about, or only a few people care about and love, but like you can't sustain yourself, right? You can't keep the lights on and feed yourself on the love of a few passionate fans for some beautiful thing that you've created. You can't really be a starving artist. So for me, the way I would interpret that question is a little bit different, and I think like beauty and aesthetics and like the emotion that it invokes in the person that plays it is one big part of what makes a good game versus a mediocre game. But then I think it's also like, you can also think of it more objectively. Things like, its ability to be viral, how the game, spreads, how it positions itself and markets itself, how it, there's all these other components and facets to that make it like, yeah, really, so it depends how you define good, right? Because Candy Crush, by some measures, would be an absolutely good game, but at the same time, I don't think it's a game that I would consider to be great or that I admire. Even, I can respect its construction and how it, how it engages people and the player retention it achieves and the retention mechanisms that it builds in, and so there's I think it's a really complicated question, but it's a cool question too, Prof. Six Foot. For me, what I want is I'm kind of trying to optimize for a couple of things. I'm trying to create something that brings people joy. I want people to really feel joyful when they play what I make. I want to create memorable moments for people. And I also want the game to be able to be commercially successful. So that's how I look at the games that I make these days and the decisions that I make about what I'm going to create and how I'm going to create it. Yeah. I'm going to make Stop Being So Handsome. You flattery will get you everywhere, Micro. You, likewise. I mean, coming from a guy who just sits there on stream and looks good all the time, basically. You're basically like an aesthetic DJ. That's what your stream is. That's that. I reckon that Twitch user should hang out in your stream, my man. Feeding a streamer, yes, yeah. It's true though. There has to be balance. You cannot be a AAA studio as an indie studio. Very true. Very true. Yeah. Okay, look at this. This was supposed to be first implementation should prioritize diagnostics over a speculative fix. Where's the diagnostics? It's not done any diagnostics. It's done a speculative fix. We need to review the changes here because it's an interesting set of changes that it's proposed to make. Oh, it is diagnostics. I need to remove this after. This is gross. This is so gross. All right. All right, let's find the actual issue. And at the same time, we need the dragging only rear interactor probe. Liminal interactable means the registered interaction target whose trigger is a room travel trigger. Yes. Rear probe uses local filtering, not a new collision layer. So, yep. Rear door wins only when dragging. Yep. Existing front probe behavior is unchanged when not dragging. I don't think there's anything here that says that the rear thing should only be on. Well, I just glanced, but activates only when the local player avatar has. Yes. Okay. So that's what I wanted to see. Good. Send it. Okay. Lock door support. We've got dragging underway. Yeah. We're going to close that out. We're going to go for refresh here. Let's try the lock doors, which means we're going to have to wait for the first load of the new work tree. Okay. Editor. 4 instances. 4-player game. Let's let it do its run, and then actually I should exit out of this when it's finished, and we'll run the harness. Kill that, kill that, kill that. That needs these options off. I wish I could set these as defaults for new opens of a project, but I think that saves their info locally. Okay, F8 and then F1. Okay, Prof 6 foot. Global singletons are bad. I don't think they're even bad. Like, they're worse early on. They're bad at any point in development, in my opinion. What they let you do, global singletons let you from anywhere reach into anywhere, right? If you have a system and you register as a global singleton, any system can find it at any point in time and interact with it. That's powerful, but it's a bit like it's really powerful. But if you misuse it, it's kind of like it's not surgical. It's not precise. It's a bit like if you make a mistake, because it's so powerful, you blow off your own leg. And it's very easy to create designs that allow multiple paths to interact across boundaries that they shouldn't cross. What you want to try and do when you engineer your system is ensure that there are very, very clear boundaries and lines between systems. These are the principles of software architecture. And what you want to be doing is using the principle of least exposure. So when you create a function, a variable, anything like that, so it will be harder to find mistakes later. No, it will be easier to create mistakes sooner if you introduce lots of global singletons, because any system will be able to interact with any other system more easily. And you shouldn't be creating interactions. You should be limiting interactions between different systems to only the necessary ones, right? Only let things know about one another through as limited a scope as possible, because what you wind up getting is you want systems that have high cohesion. And what I mean by cohesion is that they work well together, but low coupling. And what I mean by that is they don't rely on one another, right? Because what ends up happening is if all of these systems are tangled together, when you go to change one, it has consequences for others that shouldn't be related to it, right? And that makes your whole system more brittle. Going and changing one thing will have the consequence of breaking things that you didn't expect would change, right? And so and that's essentially why a global singleton is bad, is because if you make a global singleton, you can reach and interact with and change a system from basically anywhere, instead of only from the places where you deliberately expose it to, right? So yeah, I personally try and limit that type of design as much as you possibly can, and only expose things which are necessary. Parts of your system architecture, parts of your program should only know about the minimum number of things that they need in order to do their job. And so you should be trying to restrict the amount of access that one system has to other systems, and to facilitate that, you want to restrict the amount of knowledge that any one system has about the other systems in your architecture. So it's max columns of 1024 in an SQL database. Bad decisions reached. Yeah, it's like, yeah. I mean, if you're hitting that limit, Mylinor, then your system has other problems. But I think some things can be singletons, a main game manager, etc., but typically rely on static enum bus following the subscription pattern, which separates concerns. I mean, I even would go further than that though. Stop using AI. I would say like my solution, the way I like to solve the problem of access is with dependency injection. I'm doing object-oriented programming. I believe that dependency injection is the best cure for that kind of like dependency, creating of dependencies. I think you should always try and create dependencies on abstractions instead of concretions, and then inject those dependencies, those abstract dependencies, from one system into another. And then you can have one place where your systems, like what I like to do is try and front load the initialization of my systems to the start of the application as much as possible, and then inject those dependencies into the systems that need them at runtime as they're needed. And that way you're doing it through an abstraction too, which means if you ever need to change the way that a system works, you change your implementation of the abstraction rather than like changing, like you can change the way that one system behaves entirely without having to make any code changes to the dependencies, right? Because those dependencies aren't dependent on the concretion. They're not dependent on that one particular implementation. They're dependent on the abstraction, right? They know abstractly what it does without having to know any of the specifics about how it achieves what it does. So like I would go further and say, I try and avoid singletons entirely. I think, the idea of having something, stop using AI, called a game manager is a bad thing. I should probably be switching to a just chatting scene here because I've been yapping for a little bit. The idea of a game manager is too permissive. If you have a system called game manager and you step up and go, if I make a decision about where should my code live, right? And I go and I look at the different places where it could live. If a new engineer comes along and they look at a system called Game Manager, what's its responsibility? It's responsible for managing the game. That is an incredibly permissive scope, right? That can do anything, right? Shooting, yeah, that's part of the game. Do I need to manage shooting? Yes, I'll put it in the game manager. User interfaces, yeah, the user interface are part of the game. Like I'll put it in there. And game managers often are used for like a narrower scope, things like score and things like, but like why not then just make a score system, right? And why not make an options system and make a user interface system? Try and restrict the number of reasons that any part of your code has to change. Because then when it changes, it'll be clear why. And when you go looking for a place to put your code, you go looking for a place to make a change, where it lives will be really, really clear, right? Having something called Game Manager, it's too permissive because the scope of its responsibility is too broad. Be a bit more narrow with your responsibility and narrow the responsibility down to what reason does this thing have? What reasons would I have to change this system, right? And if it can be like, score, okay, that's a scope that you should encapsulate in its own group of things. And the moment that like something new comes into it and it doesn't belong to score, you should create some new delineation, some new dependency, perhaps some kind of injection system. So things like maybe it's like the score system shouldn't know whether it's on Xbox or PlayStation or on the computer. It should just know that I posted a score to the score system, right? So things can consume the score system through an abstraction that says like, post score, retrieve scores, those things. And then when you go to a new place, like a new platform, you can implement it with the Xbox or the PlayStation version of that thing, right? So you want to like, yeah, if that makes any sense. Okay, hold on. So I yapped a whole bunch, especially for one of many relationships. Yeah. I hope he changes the name to use AI for good after this convo. I mean, look, I don't know, Micro. Did you also notice? Look at this. This is the best thing about him. Who's that? Micro. His display picture is Sarah Connor. That's the best. That's the best. His name is Stop Using AI, and his display picture is Sarah Connor because Skynet's coming. That's so good. It's so good. Okay, I wouldn't control systems from a game manager. If anything, it's just not name specific enough. Yeah. I use it to control application settings, not game settings, and the naming is ambiguous. Yeah. So he's like game manager, then have an application settings class and have a game settings class, right? Like create an appropriate amount of abstraction. And it depends how complicated those things are. Maybe just a settings class is better, but settings is much clearer to a person who reads it than game manager, right? Game manager can manage the game, and the game is everything. So that's in my opinion, is a bad name for a system. And so that kind of articulates like why it's good not to, just to get back to the singleton conversation. If you have something like Game Manager, let's say you build your architecture for your game. You have something called Game Manager, you put it in the game and you make it a global singleton. Anything could go and live in there, and any other system could call on it to do that stuff, right? And so you wind up with monoliths, and those are really, really hard to extend, really hard to maintain. So I would avoid putting them into my game at all. And the later, if you introduce like things like static singletons, the later you can introduce them, the better. I would emit an event from a source called score action. Event-driven architecture is really nice. But even then, I wouldn't implement that through a singleton. I would get access to the system that has the event through the injection of a dependency, right? When one thing starts, it should go, hey system, I need to know about events related to scores, and it should get the iScore interface, and the iScore interface should have a on-score raised event that can be called, so that the user interface or the game can, like, both of those can they can depend on the abstraction, and they can listen to the event, and they can be given the data transfer object, essentially, for not the data transfer object, but they can be given the event object with the information that they need without any kind of like. And the other really crap thing about this, Prof 6foot, is if you have your global singletons, things inevitably wind up with all of this, like you wind up with all this memory that's out of date, right? What happens when you play the game once, and the first playthrough your score gets pulled out of the global singleton, and you get a score of 1000, and you start a new game. Now you have to remember that 1000 needs to be set back to 0. And every time you wind up with all this new boilerplate initialization stuff to do that, because it's like, essentially, if it's global and it's truly static, then you need to either do like a deep memory copy to override all of the variables to make sure that it's been cleared, and all that other nonsense. Where if it was just an instance variable instead of a static variable that was globally available, and you kind of get around this when you make a singleton, right? Because you can make a singleton an instance of a thing, which is a step better, but it's still static. It still needs to be you still have to remember to free it or override it or set it to some new thing, and there can still be a reference to it floating around. So you're just way better off not doing that, in my experience. The hands don't know what they're dragging; they just drag. Yeah, exactly, Prof 6foot. Yep. I love the commitment. My T3000 says hi. My wife picked my photo. It's so good though. It's so perfect for stop using AI. It's so funny. Hey Micro, this is my fridge having an AI controlling my daily beer intake. Is that actually happening, Micro? That's kind of hilarious. For sure, I don't really use singletons, but I think there's probably a place for them in the language. Maybe not for all games and game dev. No, I think building I'm with you. There are times when you would use it, but I used to use it when I was inexperienced, when I was a beginner to intermediate game developer. I used them a lot, but when I started to become what I would consider advanced, I very quickly abandoned it in favor of other patterns like dependency injection. I think the silver bullet for singletons and static global variables is dependency injection. If you're doing object-oriented programming, I really encourage Prof 6foot, look into that. Where you are, there will undoubtedly be some kind of dependency injection library. Go learn about the principle to understand what it is and why you would use it. And I think you can use that to get around that problem. Okay, I prefer event-driven systems. Yeah, me too. Very much, very much. It's very easy to track things through, though sometimes you run into situations where you have to consider if something merits an event. Most of the times it does. Yeah, hard agree on that. But this is this is again, now we're talking about how data moves between systems. And I think the key thing about whether there's an event on a static singleton or whether there's an event on an instance of an object that gets raised, it's always better when there's an event on an instance of an object rather than some static thing. Does the signal manager in Godot help? Yeah, I mean, it does some cool things, but the way that you set those signals up anyway is can be good or bad. But the events also have to be considered, how specific you're going to be. I see people do events on start, on end versus on data changed. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of bootstrapping and teardown that on start and on end facilitates for sure. And there's good cases when to use that, but I was a web dev for 20 years, so a lot of JavaScript and Node, etc. So it's interesting to see the architectural patterns between them, between languages. Totally stop using AI. Yeah. I think for you, the solutions to those problems in those settings, Node and JavaScript and TypeScript, I think this is where things the pattern that I use when I'm there to deal with those problems, my version of the silver bullet in those contexts is usually something like Redux. I like the Fluxer pattern a lot. In fact, we're using that in this game project, even though it's not a web setting. I like the pattern so much that I've completely decoupled the front end from, lots of state management. Yep. But you could handle all of that state by just being how do I get a variable? I just go get it from some global thing that everything knows about. And it's no, that's bad. That's bad. You should be dispatching actions and having reducers and changing state and then subscribing to that in a completely, Unity is moving towards reactive data patterns for their new UI toolkit. Sadly, it's not there yet. I mean, dude, it's been so slow. One thing I did do, I'd encourage you to check this out if you are doing Unity development. Go check out the open source tools at actuated.digital/tools. This is, if you're on Unity, this is my dependency injection system that solves the problem that I was talking about. Fluxity is my implementation for the Redux pattern in Unity. So this works like Redux. And then there's some other really cool things in here, but Test Pilot's another really cool thing for testing. But these two systems, Flume and Fluxity, if you're doing stuff in Unity, these are the things that I've written to solve those problems. I think I'm a bit opinionated about them because I've invested a lot of time and effort into solving those problems for when I do it. I'd love to try it. Yeah, go for it. I apologize that the documentation is a little bit sparse for some of it. But there's enough. I think, Fluxity is pretty well documented. Flume still needs a bit better documentation, but it's also so mindlessly, it's so straightforward when you see it in use. It's a very straightforward to use project, but, Okay. Rant complete. Apologies. That was a big detour. How you doing, Tin Tams? Good to see you. I'm really good, man. I'm really good. You caught me at the end of one of the longest rants I've done in a long while. I hope I didn't scare everybody off with that. I hope I didn't scare everyone off with the super technical talk. Okay, where are we? Locked doors. Let's run this. We need 4 instances. Let's run it. No, remember Prof 6 foot when I was like, you were like, I don't want to ask too many questions. And I was like, I love questions. Please ask them. This is what happens. We get on interesting rants, and I get to talk about things I'm passionate about, you know? So not to worry. Not to worry. Okay, here we go. Dawn of the first day. I didn't even get to check if the door was locked. We can definitely still enter the chapel though. So that's a win. All right, we're going to be faster this time. And I'm going to try and open the door, and it's going to be locked. Maybe I should do this with 3 clients this time so the door stays locked. 3 hours later, yep. I blame my morning coffee. It gets me hyped and chatty. No, that's amazing. That's awesome. I love that. I love that. I appreciate you being in here with that, bringing that attitude. Okay, locked. Good. It's going to count down. 4, 3, 2, 1, and dawn of the first day. Door is unlocked. Good stuff. Good stuff. One thing I should probably do while we're dealing with collisions is get a better collision shape for the actual door of the chapel. That's one area where the camera clips the door like fairly often. Okay, this is so far so good. So let's commit that. Okay, the talk isn't scaring me away. The bloody 32 degrees Celsius is to a cooler location. That is very hot. That is very hot, Hansblah. It's winter where I am, so it's like, yeah, that's it's been a while since I had a 32 degree day. Let's see, is this running? Yes. I think I'm done with locked doors. We're going to QA refactor. I do want to understand what we've done here. So that's locked doors. This here is going to be the diagnostics. Okay. And the body hit the floor, but our persisted target velocity y stayed negative from gravity, so every grounded frame a copied. Okay. The diagnostic bump made that visible. Okay, the fix clears that. I mean, we can give this a shot. We can give the QA branch a try and then see if it's possible to clip the ground. We'll see if that works. I wonder where Cody is. He didn't make it today. He's been turning up for a lot of streams. I'll be disappointed that his streak's going to get interrupted. It's so cool to have Cody here. I don't know if you guys like know Cody who's been in here, but like that dude he's like the head of the games degree at one of the biggest universities in the whole country. And I think it's honestly one of the best games degrees in the whole country as well. The dude's like running the whole show there. So it's so cool to have like him here tuning into our little, our little old stream. Very cool stuff. All right, how are we doing for... Is it just me or is the frame rate lower now? I think I want a FPS indicator. All right, we're really trying our best to... Let's go one like that, and we'll grab a door here as well, in the place where we wig out the most often. Come on, ground, let's clip. What was it I was doing that caused me to clip before? It was taking a crate and trying to jam it up here. No. I mean, we're not clipping it. It might have actually fixed it. Surely we would have clipped by now if this was going to be... if the problem still existed. I really am doing my best to create this... to reproduce this issue. Where else have we seen it? Yo, plants 50! Dude, that's a huge streak. That's a huge streak. What a milestone, man. Incredible. Thank you so much, man. Welcome in. Good to see you. Good to see you. 50 is such a wild number, man. It's like 2.5 months. 2.5 months. Absolutely sick. Thank you so much for tuning into so many streams. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Okay, are we gonna fall through the ground at all? It's proving difficult to... Oh, hey. Anyone see that? A second crate just popped out of the ground there. That can go on the QA pass. Where is that? Outside space. 2.5 months of staring at you. Yep. That little... The Moppo is like... That's a good emote. Yeah, thank you for tuning in for so many streams. I really do. I really do appreciate it. It means a lot to me, man. It means a lot. Okay, get gone. What are you doing there? Crazy outside space. How could we make the most collision-prone thing possible? What if we got all of the collision objects, the gates, a bunch of crates, we put them all in the same space, we get a bunch of corn, try and slip around on it. Let's try and make this thing glitch. I mean, it's glitching in other ways, but we didn't fall through the ground. That's a win. I feel like if I was going to glitch, this would be doing it, right? All right, let's throw some corn into the mix. What is it doing? I mean, there's definitely still a problem here that needs fixing. Or have we introduced a new problem? Because I've never seen this before. Yeah, I've never seen this before. So, is there a new problem that didn't previously exist, or is it just the fact that I'm going crazy with crates and stuff that's caused this to pop up now? There's definitely an issue here. I've never seen this. We're like ice skating, and it can't get grounded. Let's go review this change. Okay, we've got some integration tests. We've got all these ugly diagnostics that need to go. Move and slide is where we put our actual fix in. All right, this is going to be interesting. Has this self-corrected with time? No. But I mean, I haven't fallen through the ground, which is kind of huge. That's what we're trying to do. We can fix this whatever this new issue is some other way later. This ice skating issue. It might be... It's got to be something to do with the colliders, right? The fact that I'm not clipping the ground is fantastic, though. This is great. Now I need to see how easy it is to reproduce this other issue. And I expect the answer is going to be pretty easy. All right, one more rerun. One more rerun. Man, 50 streams. That's huge, Plants. That's huge. Absolutely, like, epic. Epic. Thank you again. Okay. Try it with a different person. All right, we need to create a bunch of weird collisions. All right, one crate. Let's see if we can bump this and create the duplicate crate issue. Nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing there. Okay, cool. I think we might need some kind of like crate destination. I mean, I'm tempted to call this a success. I need to figure out what that glitch state was, and I also need to try and reproduce that. Because that's pretty, yeah, that's pretty not cool. I haven't fallen through the floor once, so I do think I do think I'm getting more and more confident that we actually solve this. This is usually where I see it. If I switch back and try and do this, let's measure how long it takes me on a different branch to clip through the ground, doing exactly this. Just to give myself a little bit more confidence that it's actually fixed. All right, where are we? We'll do it on dragging. 2.5 months is huge, huge, Plants. Okay, here we go. Any minute. Would be cool if we've solved that. I thought that was going to be. I thought it was jolt physics creating the problem, but maybe it wasn't. Maybe we just introduced something else at the same time that caused it. Okay, hold on. I need to get into the habit of doing this instead. Running the matchmaking harness to just like skip past the slow part of the process. I feel like it's still marginally faster. It's still not like the fastest thing, but all right, we can start this test. We need to speed those doors up. This is going to be really annoying for players. Yeah, come on. Come on, buddy. So slow. All right, 3 crates should be enough. The crates feel heavy. Yeah. That's what I'm saying, Mylanor, is they currently are. I think they are too heavy. I need to fix that. All right, clip the ground. It's time. We're going to ground clip. That should be doing it. Seriously? Now it's not going to do it? I mean, we reliably managed to clip twice when we... This is definitely the place where I saw the clipping most. Could you use stamina to speed up the movement? Yeah, definitely an option. Definitely an option. Mylanor, definitely an option. And maybe even a really good idea. We can also test the door activation and the moving of the crate between spaces. That did not move the crate between our spaces. It's done something to deactivate the box though. So that's an issue. All right, let's get another crate just because we're testing multiple things at once. I'm kind of annoyed that I didn't clip the ground. The bug is fixed, but now I have less confidence that the fix for the bug is the actual fix. What was I doing before to get me to clip? This might also be the fact that we fixed the collider here on the ground, but that shouldn't explain the that doesn't explain where we're not clipping here, where it used to be so easy to clip in this spot. In the wall, yeah. But what I need to do is fall through the ground. I don't know why I'm not falling through the ground anymore. Because this is on a branch that does not have that fix. So that shouldn't be a solved problem here. They feel too heavy. They definitely feel too heavy. Mylenor, you're 100% right about that. The graveyard part. That was a different, yeah, that hole got fixed. That hole got fixed. That was like that was a completely different, it wasn't a problem I was expecting. It wasn't a, it was like a mesh generation issue, not a physics issue. It had to do with the terrain system wigging out. Okay, so I don't know why now it's not a problem. It's not a problem on a branch where it should have been a problem. This kind of makes it hard to, like, the fact that we can't reproduce it means that I don't know if the fix that we implemented on the other branch is actually a fix or not, which is hard for us, but... All right, one thing we know for sure isn't working is that when I'm carrying an object, if I take it into a different space, it does not come with us. So, where are we? Okay, so when moving between, when holding onto a crate and moving into a room, the crate does not come with us, and it seems as though after moving between spaces, the crate can no longer be grabbed as it was grabbable before. If you need any help identifying the cause of the problem, I can do manual checks and diagnostics to identify it, but otherwise, let's try and identify the root cause of this and propose a solution. Okay, this seemed to work, but the fact that it's just not working on, like, it may need to go run master, which I don't like doing. Stop and quit. Yep. I'm gonna sleep well tonight. You put a tombstone over it. No, it wasn't even that, Mylenor. It was that the so what it actually was, the terrain system generates slices of the world in a bunch of different patches. And for some reason, the data for one of those patches got corrupt. And so there actually was this big chunk of the world where if you walked over it, you would just like fall into oblivion. And so I had to essentially regenerate the collision data for the terrain. Yeah, terrain 3D issue. Exactly. Yep. And I explored so many different things to find and identify that problem, but ultimately that's what it ended up being. But yeah, that's a solved one now. I'm hesitant about this. I thought it was fixed, but now going on to the other branch and discovering that I can't reproduce the problem makes me less confident that I actually solved it. It's a good thing that it didn't happen, but it's also, that's also not good. Pro 6 foot. I don't know if it's like Professor 6 foot. Is that what your name is, Professor 6 foot? Yeah, I get it. I'm reading it right now. This is like when you take your car to the mechanic and you're like, yo, it's making a weird sound, and then the mechanic turns the car on and it's like, it sounds fine to me, and you're like, you know what, the sound is gone. And the mechanic's like, well, I can't fix it then because I don't see the problem. And then later, when you're driving down the highway, the car explodes and you die. Yeah, that's what's going to happen. We're going to be doing multiplayer games with the real community, and people are going to be falling through the floor because I thought this was solved, but it wasn't. That's the risk that we run here. So I'm not inclined to celebrate. I'm actually inclined to try and reproduce the problem, just to show for sure that it still exists. But I don't know. Let's just check on this branch that the door is blocked. And I need to, yeah, I don't know. It's going to be hard because soon it's going to be time to test gameplay. That's another thing we can do on the QA branch. When we first spawn, the health bars show up. All right, second player cannot exit. Third player cannot exit. One thing I would like to do on this branch, though, is rather than just having a locked icon, I'd like to indicate with a bit of text that the door is locked as well. Okay. I don't know about this. Can we now rerun the diagnostics and confirm that the problem no longer exists? Okay, the current prompt controller supports showing an action icon and text together. The locked path is just using the icon only width and hiding the label. I think door locked is probably fine, so it's clear that it's a door. All right. So that's here. So, yep, simple fix. Simple improvement, I should say. Okay, drag, create, room transfer. Okay, draggable spawn adapter reacts to the room change using old physics transforms, then can publish that old. Okay. Okay, desired behavior is to preserve the active grip through the room travel when the traveler has an authoritative physical drag. The fix should be narrowly scoped. Yep, go for it. Okay, where are we here? We should probably, since we went and did this broad sweeping change, keep going with the Stream Tools refactor. If anything, just validating that the rest of the functionality works. I mean, we've got a chat message here. Can try dense chat. I think horizontal layout was, we fixed that on the other branch, so that's probably okay. Gonna do this. Make the name like black. Bold the names. Let's zoom it up. Chat A. Chat B. Chat B can be white. Yep, those are remembering. Okay, good stuff. Probably just do one more verification here with... Yep, that's good. That's good. This is looking good. Voice transcription probably honestly doesn't need it. This is just a function to demonstrate something. I should probably even disable the voice transcription thing. Voice transcription can essentially... Oh, hold on. Wait, live speech. That's, yeah. Voice transcription should be removed as a feature, straight up. Live speech can have multiple instances. Yeah, I'll need to connect to that to verify, but I'm just going to trust that this... Should I trust that this works? Probably not. Here we go. It's going to go... It's going to be localhost 8001. And then we're going to stop and reconnect. Account connected. Testing 1, 2, 3. All right, let's say that's left. Comic Sans. The most ridiculous. Yep. New overlay. Stupid one. Oh, this one's not working. That's one. Two. Okay, let's also make this one normal. And then let's go to 1, which is still silly. Yep. Okay, good. Those are different. That feature is validated as well. Swear jar. So this is going to be swear jar 1, 2. Actually, you know what? That one can go. Swear jar 2. We're going to do swear count for that one. And then swear jar 1, open and overlay. Yep, that looks good. That's looking good. This seems to be working. A lot of this is working, which is great. Yo, Forky, how you doing? All right, so let's have a think about this. These goals shouldn't be able to overlap. Okay. They definitely can. Mostly because these dates got removed. Okay, for the goals, we changes to the dates are not being remembered for the goals. When I change the dates for stream goals, when I change the dates, for stream goals. It seems as though they are not being remembered. Is that true? If I change them, okay. Let's see if this is affecting anything. Yeah, that's weird. That's weird. There's a problem there. There's a problem there. The way you rubbed your hands reminded me of that housefly meme. I don't know why I do it, Spartan. Every time I'm like, yes, this is my excited gesture. I don't know why I do it like that, but I do. I do. All right, that can close. This can close. That can close. This can get changed back to that. Account connected. Good, good, good. The behavior here isn't consistent, though. I'm having trouble nailing down what causes the dates to be forgotten. It does seem to have to do with switching between different goal instances and setting values that overrides or removes the values from other goals. Sometimes when I refresh between pages, it retains the data, but then if I switch to a different goal and change it, it seems to forget them. Read through the code to try and find any errors that might be causing this issue. Okay. Also, one security feature you can add is if a user is logged, if they're logged in and has a particular user ID in the URL, no other person can manipulate the URL to look into the user's user interface. I actually don't want to do that, Spartan. I'm trying to, once you make an overlay, it's public and anybody who accesses it can see that data. Same as if they tuned into your stream to see it. So yeah, creating one of those, you can send it to as many computers as you want, and you don't have to sign into your Twitch account to use it there, which is a really powerful feature. It lets it lets me do things like this, right? We've got features like I can share a goal with Fastfy, right? Like Fastfy and me, because we've joined together, have created an overlay together, and so and if I'm streaming at a different location, I can just copy my OBS to a new place. I don't have to sign into my Twitch to get the overlay information. So there is some power to not putting that type of security feature in here. I think these aren't supposed to be private things. This information is supposed to be up on stream, and I should be able to share it with people if I want to, and have them do it without having to sign in. Once you're signed in and the information's been set up, and you can always go and switch off. We can switch off different overlays anyway if you want to revoke the existence of that. But Seb is a washbar, wasbier. That seems like a German word that I don't even know. Obfuscating sensitive data in favor of hashed value is a good practice. I don't think, stop using AI. I don't think there's any sensitive data in any of these overlays. That's the thing. This isn't like, once you have an overlay, it's a public thing that anyone should be able to get to if they have the URL. That's the design of this. And it's the same with a bunch of other tools like Stream Elements. Does the same thing. And it's just that's common practice. If the data is sensitive. I mean, if the data is sensitive, then I think obfuscation is a bad security measure. I think you should need to provide a token or some kind of proof of identity, and there should be a handshake and authentication, and all of that happens once it's secure. Security through obscurity only works to a point. I don't think it's a great way. It's like the worst way to secure something. It's not the worst, but it's far from the best. Far from the best. Let's see. Let's try the dragging again if we're on that branch. Okay, locked doors. Nope, let's go away from that. Gawky. Flattery. The way you look like you're washing your hands. I don't know. It's also because it's cold. It's cold here right now, so I'm kind of warming my hands a little bit as we go. Not flattery. A pretty tall claim then. Pretty tall claim then, Gorky. But I do appreciate it. I sure do appreciate it. Let's drag something through a door here. Let's do it. Pretty good vibes, right, Spartan? Good music. I think we're gonna try and end stream probably in an hour. Just a heads up for everyone. I do need some sleep. I'm feeling very tired and big day tomorrow. I need to be up fairly early, actually. Maybe I should leave it to maybe I should leave it to 1 a.m. just so I get some sleep for this early meeting. We've made good progress today. I'm not unhappy with the progress. I keep forgetting to use the harness. Oops, all monsters. Yep. You saw my sister jump in a freezing cold pool tonight? Where was she, Night Streamer? What was she doing? I know she wasn't home, but I didn't know she was jumping in pools. Crazy. Only monsters is still cold. I mean, it is funny. It is funny. Don't get me wrong. But okay, we are testing. Dragging an object into the new space. Faster, faster. We should probably have him still hold it. I mean, that's a start. This is a good start. Don't get me wrong. I mean, this is the first time we actually might be able to. We could complete a delivery here. Shall we complete a delivery? That doesn't sound like fast feet. People pushing into the pool and breaking their hands. Hey, she didn't break anyone's hands. Somebody thought it'd be a good idea to like tell her to go and jump off of their. That's a misrepresent. I was there. I am the witness that that's not how that went down. Okay, one more thing. If the user spams the shift button to make the move quicker, that character will cry. The shift, you mean like spamming shift to run faster? How would that work? Oh, you mean like when dragging things. Okay, she was with Oasis and Overstrand. It's quite possible she loves freezing cold pools, or it was a TikTok challenge. Okay, okay. Oh, that's cool. Oasis and Over, huh? What were they doing? Was it like a TikTok stream? I know Over's been doing some really successful TikTok streams lately. Okay, what am I doing? Hold on. I got to think twice. What we actually wanted to do, is we need to grab these, make sure that it. So we're going to gather some corn and deliver it to the. We're going to gather corn, deliver it to our. I think I need just one interaction button. That's got to be what we do here. Oh, this is going to take forever, isn't it? Because this is going to be super heavy. Yeah, we're going to have one interaction button. I think we need to make that change. The feedback from Kaz was really good. She definitely helped me learn a lot. Man, we really need to get some testing in. And we're going to need 2 people on this. Oh, yeah, reproduced, but on the wrong branch. On the wrong branch. Still happening. Still happening, but at least we can do this. We can finish his work. It was a TikTok challenge. That sounds about right. Oh my god, that's slow. We're going to need to speed this up. Everybody ready? This is going to... It's a long road ahead of us. All right, here goes. Big corn delivery. We're doing it. We're doing it. The longest corn delivery this game will ever see. We are going to need a way to flip the corn back up if it ever overturns. But maybe it never will. We're about to see. We're also probably going to have to get the ramp working better. You can do it. Put your back into it. That's right. That's right. He can do it. Oh, he's struggling. He's on struggle street. Just the smallest little collision issues here are going to compound into big ones. Yeah, we're over it. We're over it. This is where I need somebody to assist me in playtesting. Very quickly, this kind of thing is going to become really important. 2 people dragging this is going to make it real fast. Hopefully. Oh, yo! Fastview was helping Over and Oasis do a cooking stream at the Powerhouse. That's huge. Huge. That's so exciting. Stop using AI. I had to put... Oh, this is like straight up jammed. Come on. You can do it. Yep. There we go. Keep it coming, buddy. This is actually kind of cool. I'm actually starting to get happy with the dragging system. I think with 2 people, I really need to playtest this with a second person now. Maybe I can get Kaz to help tomorrow. Sorry, I was rereading the message. I had to move lawn chairs to the front of the house to hose them down. Moving stuff sucks. Yes, it does. It does. I'm sorry, stop using AI. I sometimes do that. I get backlogged on messages. And then I play catch up. And then only half read the message. You can do it. You're good. I got into a Unity issue and forgot. No worries. The Unity stuff I haven't used Unity in a little while. I mean, here's a problem. Look at that. There's a big gap in the ground. We're gonna have to fix a lot of this. Come on. You can do it. Okay, we're over it. Ground colliders are going to very suddenly become a lot more important. I mean, definitely I can already tell we need to increase the movement speed. Increased movement speed is very important. And ground colliders. All that hacky stuff I did ages ago to just get things working, it's going to start to come back and bite us. Okay, here we go. Enter tavern. Delivery complete! Delivery complete! Unload the corn! Unload all of the corn. Yes, we did it. Chat, we did it. We did it. Woo! First corn delivery. All right, we might have to start like outfitting some of these other areas. we need a way. We're going to need a way to flip these over once they get accidentally put upside down. I think if we grab it with two hands, and it's upside down, we'll need to like do some kind of twisting action. Like up and twist might be important. We could treat it like the warthog in Halo. Like Halo's warthog is a really good, a good example. Oh, hey, I can't pick this up. Can I pick the corn up? That's interesting. There's going to be exceptions in the console, isn't there? Where is it? All right, that's worth testing. Can I pick an object up if I take it into a space? Let's take this into the other space with the other corn, because there's an issue there. Yeah, it's a big noise, right? If I can, now one of the next things to do is going to like be missions. So we're going to have like, a person in a person in here requests corn. And then when you're in the corn area, it needs to see like deliver X corn to place Y. All right, we're going to put these in the corner here. Get it? In the corner. I'm sorry, that was bad and I feel bad. So that corn is non-interactable. By the way, you likely have all of it covered, but my main skill is audio engineering and sound design. Dude, that's pretty cool. I am going to have to, like, yeah, you'll notice there's a complete absence of that in this game. Can you show the monster POV as well? Yeah, I can totally show you that, Spartan. It's kind of hard to activate because you can only turn into monsters on the second night. You see in the top right, see here we've got this bar here. When the game starts, this starts to spin and the bar has to pass here for the monster mode to become active. And then the monsters become more and more powerful. And then you can only become a monster at nighttime. So it's, that's kind of like, yeah, there's some restrictions around monsters that make it like, yeah, to get into gameplay and go to monster mode isn't as straightforward. It happens later in gameplay. But I can totally, hang out and you'll see it. You'll see it soon enough. All right, so let's see. There's an issue with items now after we move them between rooms while they're in containers. Here's steps to reproduce the issue. But yeah, so essentially Spartan monsters, like they can move faster, they can see in the dark, they have more health. And the later that you get in the game, the bigger they get. So they grow into like giant monsters eventually. So your job is to not get killed before that point. That joke was corny, but acceptable under the circumstances. Thank you. Thank you. Yep, it was corny. And your joke just now also was corny. Well played. Okay, here's steps to reproduce the issue. Take corn, put it in a draggable container. Move the container into a new environment, e.g. the tavern. E.g. the tavern, then spill corn. Oh, we should actually just test that. Like, what happens if we just spill normally? Can I grab it just to rule that out as a potential issue? Ground colliders are going to need a bit of love soon. Okay, these go in here. Oh man, I need to flip this. It's not that easy to do, actually. You know how I can do it though? I bet if I drag it over there, I'll be able to put it on a hill. And then hopefully spill the corn and make sure that the spilt corn can't be grabbed. That's going to be the trick. Or it can be grabbed, rather. I had a thought, like, say the villager rage mode. Like, let's say the monster by the end of the night isn't able to finish the villager by a certain time provided. Yeah, okay, great. We spilt. All right, I can. Okay, I've confirmed. Okay, hold on. Like, let's say the villager by the end isn't able to finish the villager by a certain. The monster isn't able to finish the villager by a certain time provided. Then there will be a scene where the villagers will gather and kill the monster. So what will happen, Spartan, at the end of the 7th day, a giant, like, apocalyptic event happens where a circle of mist comes into the town and pushes the villagers in and in and in. And so they'll die if they stay out there. And so what it does is it forces all of the villagers into one location to, like, stand and fight together against the monsters that have been revealed. And then, you know, you never know. You might still have a monster in your midst who will suddenly, like, reveal that they're the monster at the right time and try and kill you. That's like, yeah, I'll try and find you the game design document and show you that. Where is it? Not monsters. Oh, where the hell is that? That's weird. All right, open folder. Work. Not monsters. Client. Docs. Select. Okay, so at the dawn of the 7th day, as the ritual reaches its peak, it creates a circle of mist that slowly closes in on the town. This is also where the monsters reach maximum menace. Inside the mist, the monsters are at maximum menace with full monster health, combat strength, and visual scale. Monsters may move somewhat faster. The monsters can see through the mist using their existing monster night visibility advantage. The villagers can still win, but the closing mist pressures them to identify and kill the monsters before the last day ends. The longer they hesitate, the more the town becomes a monster-favored hunting ground, with monsters already at their menace cap. So that's kind of, yeah, that's the design. That's the design here. And if the monsters still can't kill them at the end of the 7th day, then the villagers win and all the monsters die. Yeah. That's the design. That's dope. Not gonna lie. No, it's nice. I'm glad you like the design. Is there any spectator mode for the ghosts of villagers who are killed by a monster? Let me show you. Okay, hold on. We need to, yeah, like, the short answer is yeah. I'm actually going to show you. We'll redo these tests in a minute just because I want to show you this, because it's already thought of, and I think the feature is quite cool. Check this out. Spill the corn. I have verified that spilled corn can still be picked up if it's spilled before transporting. There are no errors in the console when attempting to pick up transported Corn transported through a container. All right, check it out. So let's say this guy gets his hand on a couple of axes, and decides he's gonna kill the doctor. This is what happens once the doctor dies. Is okay, he's dead, and of course he's just dead. But from the doctor's perspective, he's turned into a spooky ghost, and so he can go around and use like a ghostly influence that lets him like pick up objects and move them around in spooky ways. So he can kind of like, yeah, it's pretty cool, right? And so, yeah, we'll have a ghost influence that you can use. So as you do it to like, you know, say that you choose to like, you know, do a little bit of attacking, your influence goes and your ability to do it disappears, and you have to wait for it to recharge. And so the other thing, which is kind of funny here, is monsters. If you are a monster, you can see see and hear the ghosts of the dead players that have been killed. And so you're going to be trying to keep a straight face and do normal shit with your voice comms on while the people that you murdered are haunting you. That's the yeah. So they're going to be trying to do things that indicate that a person is a monster. Like mocking them while they're dead. Yes, exactly. That's exactly right, Spartan. Yeah, so already considered, there's already the spooky specter mode with these ghosts. And so yeah, it's I think it's a cool design. So your idea, it's spot on, and we already did it. I think the way you're imagining this game is very close to the way that I'm building it. Man, can't wait for the game. Yeah, that's great. That's awesome, Spartan. Good stuff. GG. Hell yeah. Thank you for the cheered bits, man. Appreciate you. Okay, take corn, put and drag. Move the container to a new environment, e.g. the tavern, spill the corn, try to pick up the spilled corn. Observe that even when the hand comes contact with the corn while trying to pick it up, that the corn that does not get picked up. Okay. I can see Dev killing Nal and a furious Nal ghost chasing Dev and harassing her. Yeah, exactly. It's going to be funny. It's going to be good. I have to be careful with the ghost influence. Ghost influence could be really bad because if players get their own, like, you know, maybe they get a rule where it's like punching a player as a ghost, or like hovering an object around a player is like a sign that person is the killer or something like that. You know, it's like, you know, I have to be careful that type of stuff doesn't happen because that would just spoil the game. But at the same time, yeah, I think once you die, the other thing is some of the monsters, the plan is to have them interact with spirits. So, for instance, if you are the mummy, the idea is that your special ability would be to bring back, like to raise a zombie mummy thing, but you need a spectator, like a dead player, to do it, and then they get monster points for kills they make. Okay, hold up. So that's some of these monsters. So that would be like, for example, this guy. So the mummy, he'll be able to raise the dead. Forget what happened to my blurb. Oh, this got deleted. That's right. So yeah, he'll be able to raise the dead as a monster to help him. And I think potentially the same with Jason's skeleton. But yeah, so there'll be a lot that you can do once you are, once you're a ghost. And this guy, this is a great character. This character as a monster can't do anything, can't actually Like the monster power has no monster powers, can't turn into a monster even, can't turn into a monster at all. But if he gets killed as a monster, then becomes a very powerful monster that can interact with stuff like a lot more than than any other monster can. And so if you wind up as the poltergeist, to play most effectively, you have to convince other people to kill you. You have to get killed because then you actually become powerful. So you'll be playing it different, like playing in a way where you have to convince people to kill you. And then people hopefully can figure out that you're a poltergeist and be like, don't kill him. He's a monster poltergeist. And then, yeah. And then they'll be like knocking him out and locking him up and stuff like that. Yeah, I think a jail or something would be a fun idea, but I also, I'm hesitant to do that because we need something for players to do while they're in the jail mode or whatever. Yeah, yep. Okay. I'm so hesitant for this to be treated as a solution. I'm going to have to work harder to reproduce this. All right, let's try this again with fixed dragging. Actually, hold on. Do we have an error here that is useful? We do have errors that we need to deal with, though. All right, anyway. That would be funny. It would be funny, Night Streamer. I'm really hoping moments like that happen. That's another really important thing that we need to start working on is the voice comms. Voice comms need to start getting done real soon. There's a lot of stuff that actually just needs like collaborators and players soon. Yeah, we gonna see. Okay. First things first. Let's drag some corn into a new environment and then spill it. All right, let's do it. Come on, come on, come on. One thing I don't like is how jittery the movement is. We need to probably fix that up. And how slow it is. So still some tweaks on dragging, but we're getting closer. All right, how the hell do we spill this thing now? I still stand by the fact that hell is not a swear word. Maybe we try this. If I... Yeah, maybe. Okay, okay. How can I help this get tipped? I don't know how to tip this damn thing. Wait. Yeah. What if I get an object and like put it underneath it? Wow, I actually balanced that on its side. That's kind of crazy. How do we flip this? It's harder than it looks to do this. There we go. Yeah, we did it. Okay, can I grab it now? Yes. All right, that's good. All right. Celebrate by eating some corn. Nom nom nom. Cool. Just having the ghosts running around trolling the streamers who killed them would be funny enough. I can see all the TOS girls being really good at it. Yeah, it's going to be fun. It's going to be a fun game. I really hope that. I really hope that's true. All right. The rest of this dragging is going to be, I mean, useful when someone's there to help with it. Okay. Across the board, dragged objects are a little bit slow to move. We need to tweak their weights so that the player can move a little bit more quickly while dragging something. All right. Lock doors seems good. So how do we do this? The key object will be an interesting one. I'm going to take a really quick break, guys. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Okay. Locking doors as players. We've got the F button to... Okay. Commit these changes. When the player holds Q and E, the interaction bar for those hands, Q and E, with a consumable object, when the player holds Q and E with a consumable object held in their hand, the object is activated by filling up a bar and playing an animation. For doors, the fact that we can interact with the object is communicated with a mouth icon that appears over the HUD element. In this same way, I want to make the F button to interact with a door indicate that it can be locked with a small a key icon using image gen, like the icons in Let's see. Menu. In the style. And yeah, you're right, Night Streamer. But we're not at 5 hours yet, so I think we're going to go till 5 hours, and then I'll wrap the stream. I don't want to get this thing done, and then we'll be 5 hours. It'll be 2:30 or some such. But yeah, and then I'll feel good about wrapping the stream up with that. Okay. When the player holds the F key, the bar should fill in the same way it does when consuming something. When the bar reaches full, just as the consumption action is activated, the lock action should be activated for a door. Just as when the bar fills, the player consumes the held object. When holding the key for a locked door, it should cause the door to toggle its state from locked to unlocked and vice versa. Different players own different environments. Characters are currently assigned homes. And these assignments should be used to determine if a player is allowed to lock or unlock a door. Ask any open questions so that we can answer them with clarity before moving on to implement this next slice. Okay. Okay, that's the base stream tool stuff. There's locked doors. Here's dragging. Let's try the dragging with faster travel. Hold up. Did we write and submit that? Like, surely we did. Wait, what? Okay, there it is. There's our prompt. Why did it commit this? Oh, I asked it to commit it. Okay. Dragging speed changes. Let's try them. Actually, no, we're not going to do it like that. We're going to do it the fast way. But yes, definitely sleep time soon. I think like 15 minutes, Night Streamer. 15 minutes. T minus 15 minutes. All right, here goes nothing. Come on. Let's try this whole ordeal again with I think that feels slow enough to be cumbersome, but I mean, yeah, this still feels uncomfortably slow. The gates, even if it is faster, the gates are just, yeah, uncomfortably slow. I don't see why I asked it to commit. At least double the speed of the opening of gates. And we'll make sure that it's not an artifact with that room as well while we're at it. Okay. Snowlsy! Hello, how are you? Good to see you, good to see you. How are you doing today? Glad you can make it in for the stram. That's your favorite, Seb? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, it is. We are making little bits of progress, one chip at a time, chipping away at this thing. I think the effective corn we're going to have to like reduce. Let's get an eggplant. Why not? How's the progress? Yeah, coming along. Coming along. Making progress, man. Making progress. We're at the point where dragging is starting to come together. So dragging objects kind of working. We're working on the speed of it at the moment because as you can see, when you fill this thing up, that, oh, still got the bug. Still got the bug. Good to know. We need to test that on the other branch. It's happening consistently enough. We've got a long way to test dragging this. It's still too slow. I think... let's have a think. We need to be able to move even faster. I think to achieve this, we should lessen the weight of the current containers across the board by about 30%. Also reduce the weight of objects like corn and eggplants slightly too. By about 30% there also. Okay, let's do it because we just need to test this anyway. So it's going to be a long haul. So it'll be much faster when there's multiple players. But I think these objects are too heavy at the moment. I don't even think I could get this up the ramp, honestly. All right, let's try and drag it over that little lip. There we go. We're going to have to smooth out the ground. I think the way to do that will be just like really strict height. Apply the same height to every one of these objects. Okay, good. Too heavy right now. It feels way too heavy. 2 players is going to make this much quicker. This is where like collaboration and cooperation is really going to help. It's going to be far. It needs to be faster to run and get someone and then drag this with their help than it is to do it all on your own. So this is a little bit by design, but it can't be too far. We can't go too far with it. Okay, here goes. Next little lip. And then there's that gap that we need to fix. All the bad, like, level design choices we made to move fast earlier are really going to come back and bite us, guys. We'll figure it out. We always do. We are gonna have to create a like the quest system. Quest system. I don't know if that's pre or post public test. All right, that's the gap that needs to be fixed. Because that's, oh, then we clip the ground, damn it. All right, that kind of killed that. We'll solve that here in dragging. Outside space. Where is it? It's got to be this one, right? I mean, maybe we just do this for all the cobblestones while we're at it. All of them have the same position, right? On the y-axis, they should. Rotation shouldn't matter. I'm watching this value here to make sure they're all in the same, and actually they are. Okay, that's weird. Let's do this. It might be that what we're not seeing is the colliders here. Maybe what we do here is just create one big collider that covers all of this. Is that the gap? No way that's the gap. That overlaps. Don't gaslight me, engine. There's 100% there's a gap somewhere. Let's see. How is that a thing? Maybe it just looks different in the editor than it actually is. But those are overlapping for sure, right? Overlapping for sure. Overlapping for sure. And now we're off in the wrong direction anyway. That can probably stand to move a little that way. Overlapping. I mean, we can improve it by not overlapping them. As much. How's it doing that? That's so weird. All right. We're gonna have to investigate this a little. Okay. 126. I think that's about it. We got to find someone to raid, guys. Who we got? We got Jackie. Is Fast still doing a stream? How can Hillfort only have 27 viewers? How is that possible? That's not a thing. Surely not. I really want to raid Micro, though. I want to raid Micro, but Hillfort's here doing his thing. Oh, I really want to raid Micro, but how long's he been live? Oh, only 17 minutes. No wonder. I mean, it can really help him. Rating out already? Yeah. I've got an early meeting tomorrow, Goldie. So it is time. It is time to do that raid. So, All right, we will do what we will do. We'll validate this one. We'll validate this change. Make sure that dragging is still doing its thing. QA refactor. This one just needs more testing. What do we got here? This one is, yeah, crap. I kind of need to finish this. I don't want to leave this one half done. We're gonna finish this out. Let it complete. So we will be going a little bit longer, but not by much. Not by much. No, I got an early meeting. I do need to raid. So let's do it. Hillfort. Raid, Hillfort Games. Raid. And then I'll be back tomorrow, guys. Back tomorrow for another stream. Friday stream. Friday streams are always good streams. And we're getting really dang close to wrapping up things, which I'm excited about. Finishing before 2 a.m. Yeah, but I got like an 8 a.m. meeting, and it's kind of important. So already, I'm not going to get enough sleep. So I'll try and start the stream early tomorrow if I can, guys. If I can manage that, that'll be what we do. But yeah, if you guys haven't seen Hillfort, we've been supporting him for a while. This guy is awesome. Really like the stuff that he does. And his game's amazing too. They're already like, he found a publisher, so he's essentially fully funded, which is fantastic for him. Really fantastic for him. He's building out his world and creating a much bigger experience now that he has the funding and he has a bit more time and breathing room to do stuff. So I feel really good for him. I hope that we can succeed in the same way that he is. I think we might even make a scene like his. See how he's got a cool themed stream. I think, yeah, this might be worth doing as part of our little marketing push. But yeah, we're getting close. Steam page real soon. But yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for tuning in. I really appreciate it. That guy, Bruce, hello and goodbye. I'm sorry, we're just raiding out. I'll see you next time, Bruce. See everyone. See you, Goldie. See you, Snolzy. See you, all the peoples. Thank you, guys. Have a good night.